Chapter 302. After changing, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other. Both of them had their heads wrapped in scarves, which made them look a little comical. "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" Fang Ping asked. "Are you an idiot? If we come into close contact, the other party will be able to sense the difference in our energies. Hence, we just need to deceive him. Why don't I say that some cultivators are idiots? That fellow who chased me last time, did he not sense that I was using vital qi energy?" Qin Fengqing complained as he put away his clothes and stuffed them into the cloth bag. After some thought, he looked at Fang Ping and frowned slightly. "Even an idiot would know you're a fake if you're carrying a military backpack. Change to another one. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I forgot." Qin Fengqing didn't think he had done anything wrong by forgetting. He thought for a while and said, "Throw the bag away." Fang Ping ignored him. He stuffed the package into his jacket and held it in front of his stomach. "Throw it away. Your chest is bulging. Are you pretending to be a woman?" "I won't." Fang Ping shook his head. "Do you think I'm stupid? If I lose my bag and I don't have a storage ring when I snatch the herbs or energy stones, do I have to rely on my hands to carry them? How much could they take?" He still had a gunny sack in his bag, but he didn't tell Qin Fengqing. If necessary, it was much more convenient to carry a sack on one's back than to carry it in one's hands. Qin Fengqing frowned and said in a low voice, "If we don't lose it, it will delay us. You throw yours away first. Do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. Fang Ping seemed to have realized that he was different from Qin Fengqing, and suddenly touched his body. Qin Fengqing dodged hastily, but Fang Ping grabbed the waistband of his pants with one hand and sneered, "Mother ***, specially made? What is this?" He was in awe of Qin Fengqing. This guy's clothes were actually double-layered. There was an opening at the waist of the trousers, and it was very easy to stuff things in. In other words, his clothes were one big pocket. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Qin Fengqing said embarrassedly, "It's just for convenience." "What about it? You're not convinced? Why isn't mine like this?" "How would I know? You gave me the clothes." "Who told you not to prepare it yourself? Then you want me to throw my bag." The bag is indeed a hindrance. The two of them spoke one after another. After a while, Qin Fengqing sighed and said, "All right, you're as sly as a ghost. How about this? Let's not split it 50-50. Let's do it based on our own abilities. Whoever gets more will get it." Fang Ping said with a faint smile, "That's what I wanted to say too." The two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything else as they continued to walk forward. Halfway there, the sky darkened. Night in the catacombs always fell instantly. However, the two of them who had entered rank 4 had sharp ears and eyes. They were not careless even when walking at night. "It's about 30 li ahead." Qin Fengqing's expression became much more serious, and he said cautiously, "If I remember correctly, there is a village nearby, and there might be people coming out at night. Leave the vicinity of Hope City. Remember, you may encounter the catacombs humans at any time." "Understood. If you encounter a catacombs martial artist, just kill the weak ones. If you encounter a strong one, don't waste your breath. Run." "All right." In the darkness, the two continued forward. The nights in the catacombs were not peaceful. An extremely penetrating roar could be heard from afar. The night was the world of monsters. The two of them did not encounter any monsters along the way, but it did not mean that there were none. It only meant that they were still active in the periphery and had not entered the true depths of the catacombs. Fang Ping was carefully following Qin Fengqing when Qin Fengqing suddenly pounced forward like a tiger. Before Fang Ping could react, Qin Fengqing had pounced forward and uprooted a plant that looked like a weed on the ground, stuffing it into his clothes without a word. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Qin Fengqing had no intention of explaining, he lowered his voice and asked, "What's that?" "I don't know. I I really don't know. I didn't see it clearly. There's quite a lot of energy. It should be something good. Qin Feng Qing explained calmly. I don't know. I just felt that the energy concentration is not low, so I pulled it out before you reacted. Fang Ping almost died from shock. However, very quickly, Fang Ping's eyes turned. His mentality overflowed, and he began to feel the fluctuations of the energy particles around him. In the catacombs, his mentality was more active. He did not think much of it before, but now that Qin Fengqing had done it, he could not blame him for retaliating. In terms of treasure hunting ability, he was not weaker than him. Along the way, the two of them had gradually stepped into a huge mountain. Fang Ping looked at the map of the catacombs, thought for a moment, and said in a low voice, "This is Wolf Head Ridge?" "Yes. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Ping cursed in a low voice. "There are ancient wolf packs in Wolf Head Ridge. At most, there are hundreds of them. Mother asterisk her, it's very dangerous, okay?" "Nonsense. Why would I call you if it's not dangerous? Besides, if I told you earlier, what if you came here alone?" Qin Fengqing was not to be outdone. "Am I that stupid? Tell you earlier?" Fang Ping exhaled and said again, "Our powerhouses have been here before. There are really buildings here. Why didn't they discover them? Can you not ask such nonsense? The mountain is so big. Our powerhouses passed by in a flash. What do they know? Besides, our people don't come here often. What if we encounter an ancient wolf pack?" "Jinx, the mountain is so big. How can we encounter one?" Fang Ping said faintly, "I didn't jinx it. We really encountered one." "What?" The next moment, without another word, Qin Fengqing turned and ran. His speed was shocking. It was more than the 50 meters per second, he said. Fang Ping ran faster than him. He leaped into the air and disappeared. 3 to 4 seconds after the two of them left, in the darkness, a few wolf-like creatures the size of horses appeared where the two of them had been. The wolf-like creatures looked around. They did not notice anything strange. Very soon, they disappeared into the darkness. A few kilometers away, Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping looked at each other, silent. Not to mention the second brother, everyone ran very fast. Their speed was also extremely fast. Qin Fengqing seemed to be thinking about something. He said softly, "It's just ancient wolves. There aren't many of them. They're all rank 4. We can kill them." "I know. Seeing that you left, I didn't want to alert them." "Makes sense. But I saw that you left first, so I left." Qin Fengqing nodded. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. He said tiredly, "All right, let's be honest. If this goes on, I'll be killed by you." Qin Fengqing said resentfully, "You're more of a scammer than Wang Jinyang. Although that bastard is a scammer, he's still willing to do hard labor if you trick him into killing monsters. You run faster than me. What's the use of you?" Fang Ping wanted to kick him. He hesitated for a moment and gave up on the idea. He said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. If I'm alone, I'll definitely kill them. If you're here, it'll be harder for me to kill them. How about this? When we move forward later, if we encounter rank 4 creatures, kill them directly. If they're rank 5 alone, kill them too. If you run again, you won't be able to continue." Both of them were not considered weak among rank for martial artists. If they encountered rank for monsters, even if they could not cut them into pieces like melons, it was not difficult to kill them. In the end, both of them wanted the other to do the hard work. When they encountered a few ancient wolf beasts, they ran away. Ancient wolf beasts were not too strong. Unless they encountered a large group, it was not very dangerous. Qin Fengqing also knew that he had met his match this time. It would not be easy to trick Fang Ping into doing hard labor. Sighing, he nodded and said, "All right, you're not allowed to run either." "It's a deal. It's a deal." Only then did the two of them reach an agreement and continue walking forward together. "Kagu!" Fang Ping let out a low growl, slicing an ancient wolf beast in half with one slash. On the other side, Qin Fengqing's saber was also as fast as lightning, swiftly beheading a few ancient wolf beasts around him. Panting slightly, Qin Fengqing exhaled. Gailajo, what's that again? Gyaraduka, ancient sword. How many have you killed? While digging out the ancient wolf beast's heart, Fang Ping whispered, This won't do. You're not skilled enough. How are you going to fool people? How troublesome. Speaking of which, is this really going to work? If there are catacombs martial artists in the building, we'll sneak past them first. Before a battle breaks out, if the other party isn't a high rank, it'll be hard for them to notice that we're different. If we catch him off guard, we might be able to kill a few of them. Qin Fengqing agreed, wholeheartedly. For the first time, he did not refute Fang Ping. That makes sense. Maybe they could bluff their way through? The two of them quickly dug out the heart. As for the ancient wolf beast's fur and flesh, including its bones, they were actually valuable too. The fur of a rank for a creature was not cheap. However, at this moment, the two of them had just entered the mountains. They could not carry too much weight. They could only reluctantly discard it and dig out the most valuable heart. After another half an hour or so, Qin Fengqing's expression turned solemn. He said in a low voice, After going over this hill, we'll reach the place. It's a valley. Tell me, should we act at night or in the day? If it's at night, we can't bluff our way through. Even an idiot would know that those who come at night are not good people. There's a chance in the day. Let's see how it goes first. Fang Ping turned around and took a look. He felt a slight headache. He and Qin Fengqing had traversed at least more than 10 mountains before they reached this place. This time, he must not remember the wrong way. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Deep in Wolf Head Ridge, in a valley, a majestic building made of huge stones stood erect. In the darkness, the interior of the building emitted a faint light. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. There was only a gap in the east. According to Qin Fengqing, the east was the direction where he and Wang Jinyang broke in. The two of them were being chased and fled all the way. When they saw the building here, they did not dare to go deep and ran around the mountains. At this moment, the two of them had reached the top of the mountain in the south of the valley. There's someone living here. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. Qin Fengqing shook his head. Not necessarily. As long as the energy in the energy stone is not depleted, the energy lamp in the catacombs will not go out. Maybe there's no one, but the energy is not depleted. However, those who can afford the energy lamp are also rich in the catacombs. Looks like we're going to make a fortune this time. Having said that, Qin Fengqing said, Should we test it out or go down directly? The herb garden is in that stone courtyard. Do you see it? Yes. Fang Ping could not see it clearly, but he could faintly feel that the energy there was very abundant. Why don't we go down directly and rob the herb garden first? When no one is chasing us, we can go back and take everything. Fang Ping could not help but ask, Are you sure it's not the residence of a high-ranked powerhouse? I think these fellows who live in the deep mountains and old forests are all powerhouses. Can't you be a little braver? The brave ones will be stuffed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. Qin Fengqing cursed. This was the first time he had met someone who was more afraid of death than he was. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Did he really think that he was afraid of death? The key was that he did not want to die. Last time in the Jiao's forest, he had casually encountered a high-ranked creature. How could he not be careful? According to the map, no high-ranked creatures had been discovered in Wolf Head Ridge. The most powerful creature here was a group of ancient wolf beasts. There were quite a lot of them. Human powerhouses did not investigate too much because this place was not too far from West Phoenix City. Fine. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Then we'll go down directly and dig quickly. Also, if I run away, remember to run away quickly. There was no other reason. His mentality was stronger. If a powerhouse really appeared, Fang Ping felt that he could still discover it in advance. You don't have to tell me. Qin Feng Qing did not think much of it. If you run, how can I not run? The two of them did not waste any more words and began to walk down the mountain carefully. The mountain wall was a little steep, but for two rank 4 martial artists, as long as there was a place to leverage, they could walk vertically as if they were walking on flat ground. A few minutes later, the two of them walked down the mountain. They were not far from the building in front of them. Fang Ping used his mentality to probe again, but the concentration of energy particles in the valley was not low. In addition to that, the gigantic stone building blocked their view, so it was not easy to probe inside. This time, the two of them did not hesitate. They tiptoed toward the courtyard in front of them. They did not use their vitality. Martial artists were very sensitive to such things. Once they used their vitality, the powerhouses in the building would quickly sense it. We're rich. When the two of them carefully climbed up the courtyard wall, Fang Ping could hear the sound of Qin Feng Qing swallowing. Fang Ping really wanted to strangle him to death. Could he not be more promising? But Fang Ping wanted to swallow too. There really was a herb garden in the stone courtyard. Luoxing fruit, blue leaf fruit, emerald grass. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. These herbs were all raw materials for making medicinal pills. Most of them were materials for middle-grade medicinal pills. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 types of various herbs, but there were not many of them. Some were unique, while others had many. There were about 100 of them in total. He recalled that the two of them did not find many wild herbs on their way here. Fang Ping vaguely deduced that these herbs might have been collected by the owner of this place from Wolfhead Ridge and planted here. One luoxing fruit used to be worth 100 credits. Moreover, according to the concentration of energy, there would be an increase. Now, the school's purchase price for the herbs had doubled. That meant at least 200 credits. The prices of the other herbs were about the same. Fang Ping calculated, if they were all so valuable, would they not be worth more than 20,000 credits? No wonder Qin Feng Qing said he could earn a lot. Since Fang Ping entered the school, he had not earned so much even if he added up all his gains. Even if it was not doubled in the past, it was still worth tens of thousands of credits. To martial artists in the 3 middle ranks, this was extremely tempting. Qin Feng Qing nudged Fang Ping lightly, gesturing. Fang Ping understood what he meant. Fang Ping would dig the left, and he would dig the right. Fang Ping glanced at it. The number of herbs on the left seemed to be less. It did not matter, though. The key was speed. After all, Qin Feng Qing was the one who brought him here. Fang Ping was generous for once and nodded in agreement. Of course, there was another point. The right side was closer to the huge stone palace gate. Fang Ping felt that the left side was not bad either. The two of them finished discussing. In the next second, the two of them landed softly. Then, even without using their vitality, the two of them rushed to the vicinity of the herb garden at high speed. As soon as they got close, a soft explosion suddenly sounded. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He said quickly, warning device. F***CK, there's this too. I've always snatched things by force. I've never encountered something like this. While the two of them were talking quickly, they did not delay at all. Fang Ping had already taken out his burlap bag. His hands were extremely fast. He uprooted the plants like weeds and stuffed them into the burlap bag. On the other side, Qin Fengqing's hands moved at the same time. He quickly pulled out the herbs and stuffed them into his clothes. At this moment, sounds and shouts came from the basilica behind them. Not only were there people, but there was more than one of them. As soon as they moved, Fang Ping's mentality sensed the movement of energy particles. They were getting closer and closer. They're coming. Move faster. What rank? Not weak. Fang Ping could only give such an answer. Unless they observed carefully, it would be difficult to tell who was stronger and who was weaker in an instant, unless the other party unleashed their full strength. The next moment, Fong Ping's expression changed. He shouted, "You Li go!" Before the words were out of his mouth, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing leaped into the air at the same time, using flight step to escape. The moment the two of them leaped into the air, an explosion sounded from where they stood. A powerhouse had made a move. %#yen% leave them. In the courtyard, a middle-aged powerhouse with long hair shouted. He also leaped into the air and quickly chased after the two of them. At the same time, a few powerhouses behind them rushed out of the stone gate and gave chase. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly while he was escaping. The person in front was a rank 5, and the ones behind him were rank 4. There were so many middle-ranked martial artists in this place. If it was just these, it would be fine. He was afraid that there were more people inside. Fong Ping did not split up with Qin Fengqing to escape. The two of them looked at each other. Qin Fengqing pointed forward, waved his hand, and chopped. Fong Ping nodded. He would run first. Once he was far away, he would counterattack and kill these martial artists who were chasing him. Chapter 303. He sped along the way. Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing were extremely fast. After running for more than 10 li, the rank 5 powerhouse was the only one chasing after them. The few rank 4 martial artists had already been left behind by a large margin. "Kid, you run really fast." Qin Fengqing was slightly out of breath. After traveling such a long distance, his 5 heaven and earth bridges had yet to stabilize, and his recovery speed was lacking. At this moment, he was a little tired as well. At this moment, the two of them did not speak the catacombs language anymore. They had run so far that their vitality force was overflowing. Unless the rank 5 behind them was an idiot, he would have long known that they were human martial artists. "Cut the crap. Can you kill it?" Fong Ping ignored him. "You're not slow either. Kill." When Qin Fengqing needed to be straightforward, he was decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and slashed with his saber. Buzz! The sound traveled far and wide in the darkness. Qin Fengqing's saber seemed to cut through the darkness and instantly appeared at the waist of the expert in midair. Fong Ping was not slow either. He had already unsheathed the Changdao on his back. With a sideways sweep of his saber, he and Qin Fengqing sealed off the opponent's 2 sides at the same time. In the darkness, the middle-aged expert had a cold expression on his face and a hint of mockery in his eyes. Stepping into the air, the middle-aged man disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing did not seem surprised at all. He was prepared for this. In the next moment, Qin Fengqing retreated and approached Fong Ping. He did not retract his saber, but slashed at Fong Ping's waist. Bang! The middle-aged man punched out with both fists, dispersing the attacks from both sides and repelling the 2 blades. Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping's eyes lit up. Early stage or middle stage rank 5. In an instant, the two of them came to a conclusion. The other party's strength was not ridiculously strong. The two of them had only attacked to gauge the other party's strength. Qin Fengqing's eyes were bright as he growled, "Same old rules." The so-called old rules were, of course, for Fong Ping to go all out, and he would kill him in seconds. "Can you do it?" Just one saber move. Qin Fengqing's answer was straightforward. He might not be very strong in a protracted battle, but his high-ranked combat techniques were all for that one strike. Once the saber was unleashed, there was no return. If the enemy didn't die, he would die. This was also the reason why he had to bring someone along when he went on a mission. A companion could buy him time to recover. Hearing this, Fong Ping did not ask further. The 7 slashes of manic explosion were unleashed in an instant, tearing through the sky. The rank 5 powerhouse's expression changed slightly. With a light snort, he swung his fist heavily, hitting the side of the saber blade. The saber let out a series of trembling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had repelled Fong Ping's 7 collective slashes with a punch. His footsteps shifted slightly, and he appeared in front of Fang Ping. The next moment, a huge fist swung toward Fang Ping's head. The fist had yet to reach him, but the energy fluctuations threatened to tear Fang Ping's head apart. High-ranked combat techniques. Fang Ping let out a low humph. His left fist punched out instantly. Before their fists collided, a loud boom was already heard. "They're coming. Hurry up!" Qin Fengqing took a few steps back and did not attack. Seeing this, he growled. Fang Ping let out a muffled groan. He waved the saber in his right hand, but it was not an attack. Instead, he sheathed it into the scabbard on his back. The guandao was huge and did not have a scabbard. However, for the sake of convenience, Fang Ping found someone to make a sheath made from the skin of a catacombs monster so that he could carry the glaive on his back when he needed it. Fang Ping kept the glaive. His eyes were cold and fierce. The next moment, he pounced on his opponent like a tiger. His fists were crimson red. In the blink of an eye, his fists alternated, throwing dozens of punches in a row. As a rank 5 powerhouse, the middle-aged powerhouse had already determined that the abilities of the two people in front of him were not too strong. They were definitely not rank 5. Naturally, he would not hesitate. While diverting his attention to guard against Qin Fengqing, who was looking for an opportunity, he punched back at Fang Ping. He wanted to kill Fang Ping in a short time. Bang! A series of loud sounds of metal colliding could be heard. Fang Ping flew backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Just as the middle-aged powerhouse was about to give chase, Fang Ping stepped on the void and turned back again. With a low growl, he swung his fists angrily again. Bang, bang, bang! In a few short seconds, Fang Ping was sent flying again. Qin Fengqing was raring to go. He held his glaive horizontally, waiting for an opportunity. Just as the middle-aged powerhouse was about to kill one person and then the other, Fang Ping turned back again. This time, Fang Ping used all his big moves. His mentality suddenly condensed into invisible needles, piercing toward the opponent's brain. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, turning into a blood arrow, shooting toward the opponent's eye socket. The middle-aged powerhouse clearly did not expect the newcomer to have mastered so many secret skills. Whether it was mentality or blood arrow method, in his opinion, they were all considered secret skills. As soon as mentality intimidated, the opponent's body trembled slightly. At this time, the blood arrow spurted. As a rank 5 powerhouse, his mentality was not weak. Although he was slightly stagnant, he still had the energy to disperse the blood arrow. Just as he raised his hand to disperse the blood arrow, Fang Ping attacked at the same time. Bang! This time, Fang Ping used the Maha Punch. He did not have a deep understanding of high-ranked combat techniques. Fang Ping did not pursue a one-hit kill either. Instead, he did not know fatigue. He punched quickly and violently, covering the opponent's entire body as if there was nothing missing. The opponent dispersed the blood arrow in one move. In the next moment, he was about to counterattack when Fang Ping's mentality moved again, piercing toward the opponent's brain. You're asking for it. Catacombs language. The middle-aged powerhouse roared angrily, his aura bursting. His entire body exuded strong energy waves, instantly dispersing Fang Ping's mentality attack. At this time, Fang Ping's fists hit many parts of the opponent's body, causing him to retreat a few steps. However, the middle-aged man was a rank 5 powerhouse. His physique had been honed to the limit. His internal organs had also been honed. Only some of his internal organs had not been honed. Although he was repelled, it was not a serious injury. After retreating a few steps, the opponent was about to take a step forward to counterattack. However, he did not expect the mentality that had just been dispersed to condense into a shadowless needle again, piercing toward his head. For a moment, the opponent was dumbfounded. Had he encountered a commander-level powerhouse? Otherwise, how could this happen? Just as he was in a daze, Qin Fengqing, who had been looking for an opportunity, lit up the darkness with his eyes. continue to intimidate him. Qin Fengqing shouted quickly. In the next moment, a blinding blood-red glow erupted from the Changdao, illuminating the void. Fang Ping did not reply. He did not have time to reply. His mentality attacked the opponent continuously. Blood spurted from his mouth as if it was not for his life, turning into blood arrows that pierced toward the opponent's head. As for himself, he did not choose to watch from the sidelines just because Qin Fengqing was exerting his strength. Instead, he rushed forward quickly, waving both fists and attacking the opponent fiercely, not giving the opponent a chance to escape. Die. The middle-aged powerhouse also felt the danger. With a roar, he gave it his all. His fist seemed to pierce through the void, punching toward Fang Ping. Bang! Fang Ping flew backward. The skin on the surface of his right fist exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The rupture of the skin was still spreading. It continued until the rupture reached the top of his right arm. Only then did the force run out. High-ranked combat techniques used penetrating force. If it had hit the chest just now, it would have spread all the way to the internal organs. However, Fang Ping's vitality was strong and could recover continuously. The opponent's force was only enough to explode his right arm. After that, he had no more strength and was dispersed by the constantly replenishing vitality force. Before Fang Ping could fly out and land on the ground, Qin Fengqing's saber had already landed. Just as the middle-rank powerhouse was about to withdraw and retreat, Fang Ping's mentality intimidating him took effect, causing his footsteps to slow down slightly. It was at this moment that Qin Fengqing's saber's blade tilted, slashing across the opponent's neck in an instant. Crack! An inaudible and brief slicing sound was heard. The Changdao did not seem to have any effect. The opponent still maintained his retreating posture, retreating a few steps in a row, but his speed gradually slowed down. Qin Fengqing did not chase after him. He fell to the ground, and without turning his head, he quickly ran toward Fang Ping. The middle-aged powerhouse did not chase after him. A blank look seemed to flash across his eyes. After a while, a fountain of blood suddenly sprayed out from his neck. The head that was still intact earlier was sprayed out by the fountain of blood, falling to the ground. Qin Fengqing was panting violently. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was constantly using vitality force to heal the injury on his right arm. He snorted coldly and said, "Next time we work together, you block me, I explode." Every time he was the one who exploded, and he was also the one who got hurt. Fang Ping was still slightly lacking when facing a rank 5 powerhouse head-on, even if his physique had already reached the level of a peak rank for martial artist. However, his 5 internal organs had not been honed. A moment of carelessness could easily shatter his internal organs by a rank 5 powerhouse. Qin Fengqing panted and said, You can kill him in one move." "Without me blocking, can you kill him?" Qin Fengqing's saber was fast and powerful, but without Fang Ping, he could not find a chance to attack at all. "Without me killing him, can you withstand it? Without me carrying him, how are you going to kill him? If I don't kill him, you'll die. I run faster than him, and I can last longer than him. If someone has to die, it'll be you." Qin Fengqing glanced at him. Mother asterisk cur. He had already killed him. What was the point of fighting over this? As he was thinking, Fang Ping said, "His heart belongs to me." "MD," Qin Fengqing cursed. So this was what he wanted. "It belongs to you." Qin Fengqing was exceptionally easy to talk to this time. Very quickly, he said, "The few at the back are all yours. Hurry, I need time." The reason why he was so straightforward was because the rank 4 martial artists behind him had caught up. At this moment, under full outburst, one slash had almost depleted half of his vitality. His stamina and energy were exhausted. If Fang Ping did not attack, he could only run. He had to be careful of being caught up. Fang Ping took a look at his bloodied right arm and could not help but curse. If it was someone else, their right arm would have been crippled. Qin Fengqing, this bastard, other than a powerful slash just now, he was practically a piece of trash. I'll split the profits with you. You take advantage of me every time. I saved your worthless life, so your saber is mine. Fang Ping did not care if he agreed or not. That saber would be his for 50 million. It would be mine sooner or later. Qin Fengqing gripped his saber subconsciously. Mother asterisk her. I haven't even had any ideas about this kid, and he's already eyeing my only valuable treasure? At this moment, Fang Ping also rushed out. His left hand clenched into a fist, he growled in a low voice. The blood-red glow on his fist was like a blaze. There were 4 rank 4 martial artists chasing after him, ranging from early stage to upper stage. Compared to Fang Ping, these people still cultivated middle-ranked combat techniques. Their physique and vitality were not as good as Fang Ping's. Coupled with mentality intimidation, Fang Ping was like cutting melons. In less than 30 seconds, he had killed all 4 of them on the spot. Weakling. Fang Ping smashed the last person's head with a punch. He spat out a mouthful of bloody foam and said disdainfully, "You're not even as good as little Chest Ling." At this moment, Qin Fengqing had also recovered some of his strength. As he searched the rank 5 powerhouse's body, he asked, "Who's little bro Lin?" "Lingy." "What?" Qin Fengqing was stunned. Fang Ping ignored him and began to collect the spoils. In less than a minute, all the spoils were placed in front of the 2 of them. 3 D-class quality weapons, less than 30 caddies, 5 energy hearts for rank 4, 1 rank 5. The 2 of them looked at each other, speechless. That was all. Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "They just woke up at night. The things must have been left in that basilica." Fang Ping nodded slightly. Then he stuffed everything into his burlap sack naturally. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much. I killed all the rank for ones. The rank 5 one's heart is mine." "Don't tell me everything is mine," Qin Fengqing said angrily. "No matter what, you have to give me some. I thought the rank 5 would at least have something." He did not expect that the other party did not bring anything. In the end, the 2 of them spent half a day and killed the other party. He did not get anything. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. He threw the 5 medals in front of him to him. "This is for you. You can sell it for money. There's also a rank 5 medal. It must be very valuable. Catacombs martial artists might not carry other things, but they would definitely wear medals. In the catacombs, this was a symbol of identity, status, and glory. Martial artists must wear medals. I #%, Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. "Is this the only thing I'm getting?" Actually, medals were still very useful. They could be exchanged for military department points in the military department. Some people liked to collect them. Compared to the tangible benefits, this thing was not even worth mentioning. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "At least give me a few rank for hearts. Otherwise, we'll disband." "Then we'll disband." Fang Ping looked indifferent. Qin Fengqing let out a humph. He did not waste any time and walked away. Similarly, Fang Ping did not waste any time either. He walked away. Both of them were going in the same direction. Qin Fengqing took a few steps and suddenly said, "Don't follow me." "You should be the one following me." As he said that, Fang Ping said faintly, "Aren't you afraid that there's a rank 6 powerhouse inside?" The direction in which both of them were going was the valley just now. The herbs there had not been fully harvested. These rank 4 and 5 martial artists did not bring any cultivation materials. Needless to say, there would be a lot of good stuff in the main hall. Both of them wanted to disband. Obviously, they wanted to keep the benefits to themselves. Qin Fengqing said while walking, "I guess there isn't." "I guess there is." "Then don't go." "I'll protect you." "No need." Both of them stopped. Qin Feng Qing looked gloomy. He said helplessly together, "All right." Fong Ping chuckled. Only then did he say, "I'm guessing there's probably no rank SXS inside. Otherwise, I think they'll come after us. After all, the alarm system has been destroyed. If you put yourself in their shoes and don't know how strong or weak the enemy is, if there's a rank SIXS at this time, would they just sit there and do nothing? If it were MCMAU, if someone broke into the southern area, naturally, all the powerhouses would come out. With rank 6 and 7 powerhouses around, it would be unreasonable for a rank 5 to go after them." Qin Fengqing mumbled, "Maybe it's a rank 7. A rank 7 is arrogant. We're just little thieves. It's understandable that a rank 7 wouldn't chase after us." Just now, one of them said yes and the other said no. Now the tables were turned. However, the two of them didn't think much of it. It didn't matter whether it was or not. As long as there were benefits, it was fine. Moreover, Wolf Head Mountain was not considered a rich place. The energy concentration was not too high. Actually, both of them had deduced that rank 7 powerhouses would not settle down here. In that case, the level 5 who had hunted them before might be the strongest. If he was really unlucky and encountered a rank 6, he could just run. Right now, even if both of them joined forces, they would not be able to kill a rank 6. That was for sure. They might not be able to kill a peak rank 5 martial artist either. They still had to prevent themselves from being killed instead. Chapter 304. Uft. Blood splattered. Fong Ping killed a rank 2 martial artist who rushed out with 1 slash. He asked doubtfully, "The middle ranks are all dead?" Both of them returned to the valley. Initially, they wanted to take advantage of the night to fool the powerhouses who stayed behind. In the end, other than a rank, for they met in the courtyard, which was quickly killed by both of them, the others were all low-ranked martial artists. These low-ranked martial artists could not see anything in the dark. Killing them was no more troublesome than cutting melons. Qin Fengqing grinned. "We deserve to be rich." He did not expect that there was only 1 rank 5 martial artist here. If he had known, he would not have come with Fong Ping. He should have cultivated for a while more and swallowed everything himself. "Are we going in?" At this moment, both of them were in the courtyard. They had not entered. Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, "You go in and take a look first." Fong Ping did not utter a word. He turned around and continued to pull the herbs. Qin Fengqing was not slow either. He began to pull quickly, his clothes already bulging. "Your clothes, are they custom-made?" "Guess." "Catacombs creature's fur?" "Of course not. It's Earth's own technology." Qin Fengqing chuckled. In no time, both of them had cleaned up the herbs in the herb garden. They looked at the hall behind them again. Both of them looked at each other, nodded silently, and walked in together. Walking through the gate that was a few meters tall, a spacious hall greeted their eyes. The layout was similar to the meeting hall. At the center of the end was a stone throne that looked like a stone sculpture of a wolf's head. On both sides of the hall were more than 10 stone chairs. Some were carved with wolf heads, while others were carved with other catacombs creatures. Above the hall, an energy lamp was hanging. At this moment, the hall was not empty. 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was already middle-aged, standing straight at the side of the throne. The 3 men, on the other hand, looked sorrowful, holding weapons in their hands, blocking in front of the woman. "Who are you?" the middle-aged woman asked in the catacombs language. Although her expression was a little ugly, she was still calm. Both Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other, saying nothing. "Catacombs?" the woman asked again. The first few words should be the name of a place or force, but Fong Ping did not understand. He had only learned the basic language, some common catacombs language. Things like place names were the most complicated. Moreover, the names of the 2 sides were different. Sometimes it was difficult to distinguish them. Fong Ping still did not make a sound, but in his heart he deduced that this woman might have mistaken him for someone else. He and Qin Fengqing were still dressed as catacombs martial artists. These people were not strong, and the strong ones had been killed before. Right now, the 4 people in the concourse were all martial artists, but they were all in the lower 3 ranks. Previously, when Fang Ping and the others killed those martial artists, these people were not close enough to sense their vitality force. Seeing that the 2 of them did not answer, the woman sighed softly and said again, "If you kill me, Master will not let you off. Perhaps you want to disguise yourselves as the cultivators of the Land of Hope, so that Master will join the war?" Fang Ping made a half guess at what she meant. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed that it was a little troublesome. The old master that the woman mentioned was his guess. Perhaps it was her husband, or perhaps it was his master. Of course, it did not affect the meaning. Is old master the rank 5 from before? Fang Ping guessed in his heart, but he felt that it was unlikely. After all, with the 2 of them here, the probability of that person dying was very high. The woman would not have thought of it. If that was the case, it meant that the rank 5 martial artist was not the master of this place. When the woman said Land of Hope, Fang Ping understood because the word hope was transliterated from them. Disguising as a Hope City martial artist? No, both of them were. However, what the woman meant was that someone would disguise as a Hope City martial artist and kill her, so that the master of this place would join the war for revenge. Or perhaps the master of this place had never thought of joining the war with Hope City before? Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other. Qin Fengqing did not understand much, but he still understood a little. Seems like, "I've caused some trouble." Qin Fengqing opened his mouth and said something so softly that it was almost inaudible. A powerhouse who originally would not join the war seemed to be forced to join the war with Hope City because of the 2 of them. Rank 6? Fang Ping guessed. In the next moment, Fang Ping's eyes suddenly moved, and he said coldly, "Kill!" Qin Fengqing did not hesitate at all. The 2 of them leaped into the air and killed the 3 people who blocked their way in an instant. The middle-aged woman's eyes showed a hint of despair, and she said loudly, "Master will avenge me, people of the Land of Hope." Uft! Fang Ping's saber slashed down, and he snorted coldly. "How dare you play tricks with us?" This woman obviously knew where they came from, and said that on purpose. Maybe she wanted to take a gamble, betting that Fang Ping and the others did not guess that she already knew where they came from. Maybe in order to create internal conflict in the catacombs, Fang Ping and the others might deliberately let her go. If he did not notice something strange, Fang Ping would really be fooled. After killing these people, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "There's still a master here?" "Yes. What rank do you think?" "At least rank 6. After all, with a rank 5 subordinate, maybe." Qin Fengqing shook his head and did not continue. "Stop talking nonsense. Well, they're not here. Quickly search, pack up, and leave." On the side of the throne in the hall, there were 2 doors that led to the backyard. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing quickly collected the spoils of war from the people they killed, and then they rushed to the backyard. The backyard was dark, but there were a few rooms with lights on, and the doors were open. The backyard was silent. Fang Ping had just walked into the backyard when a soundless long sword appeared at the side of his throat instantly. Beside him, Qin Fengqing's Changdao slashed quickly. In the darkness, a figure fell to the ground. "I saved your worthless life. Your saber and leather armor are mine." Qin Fengqing's face was full of pride. Fang Ping said impatiently, "Get lost. I'll let him kill me. He can't kill me." An upper stage rank 3 martial artist, an upper stage rank 3 in the catacombs, and not a human genius martial artist. Wanting to kill a middle stage rank for prodigy martial artist was impossible. Together or separately? Together. Qin Fengqing looked determined. Fang Ping frowned. Qin Fengqing humphed. "Your mentality is stronger than mine. You can find treasures more easily than me." Fang Ping was speechless. He ignored him and quickly rushed into a room with an open door. There was nothing special in the room. There was a wooden bed, a quilt made of animal fur, and a table. The rest were some daily necessities. Fong Ping checked, did not say anything, and turned to leave. This was obviously not a powerhouse's residence. Qin Fengqing did not linger and left with him. Soon they arrived at the second room. Fong Ping searched for a while and found a few basic energy stones, not cultivation-aiding energy stones. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Qin Fengqing explained, cultivation-aiding energy stones are very precious. Not all catacombs martial artists will use energy stones to cultivate. Because the energy is abundant, many low-level martial artists rely on themselves to cultivate. Humans were not much different. The catacombs' low-level martial artists had a similar status as human society martial artists. However, society martial artists could also rely on themselves to earn some money to buy pills to help with cultivation. Catacombs martial artists could not count on the low-level martial artists. However, the catacombs' energy concentration was higher than on Earth. Here, even if low-level martial artists did not have energy stones to help with cultivation, their cultivation speed was still faster than humans. Fong Ping did not say much and continued to search the other rooms. At this moment, both of them were searching in order, from the outside to the inside. The powerhouses should be living further inside. As expected, as they went deeper, they finally found some good stuff. Cultivation-aiding energy stones, some medicinal herbs in wooden boxes, monster fur. Both of them did not even let go of the energy lamps, dismantling the energy stones inside. Actually, the whole thing was worth more, but it was not convenient to carry around. Fong Ping's gunny sack was now filled to the brim. Qin Fengqing stopped stuffing things into his clothes. Instead, he took out a cloth bag and hid it somewhere. After searching more than 10 rooms in a row, both of them came across items with higher energy levels. Whether they recognized it or not, they swept it clean, until they reached the last room. Fong Ping pushed the door and entered. His gaze changed slightly. Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "Maybe it's really rank 7. This was the master's room. Both of them had found the rank 5 powerhouses room earlier. However, the room's interior was simple. Other than some energy stones, there was nothing valuable. This room, however, was completely different. The biggest difference was that there was a separate bookcase. Yes, a bookcase. This was Fong Ping's first time seeing books in the catacombs. They were not made of paper, but books made of animal skin. There were a lot of them, at least 100. Qin Fengqing was low at first, then suddenly said, "These things are not worth much, but they have some research value. I'll take them first. Get lost." Fong Ping scolded and said exasperatedly, "Do you think I'm stupid? Catacombs books are the most valuable. Sometimes they're comparable to cultivation-aiding energy stones. Equivalent. Books were the best medium to record a civilization. After fighting in the catacombs for many years, there were not many catacombs books seized. They were extremely rare. Some villages might not even find one book in an entire village. These things were very precious. Non-powerhouses would not have them. Powerhouses would not bring these things with them when they fought. Only by raiding powerhouses' lair could they hope to obtain them. Over the years, humans had actually seized some catacombs books, but not many. Those words and language experts were constantly deciphering them. However, because of the quantity, the deciphering progress was not fast. The more books there were, the more things recorded, and the faster the deciphering would be. The government, martial arts universities, and some large corporations would buy catacombs books at a high price. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would be sold to the government. Even if the large corporations bought them, they would only make copy and hand over the original to the government. Fong Ping did not waste time talking to Qin Fengqing. He went forward and picked up an animal skin book on the desk. After reading for a while, he was dazzled. He learned the catacombs language, but only learned the language. He did not learn the characters. Not only him, but those experts might not even be able to distinguish which sentence corresponded to which character. The current catacombs language was the language used for daily communication. It originated from the forceful records of powerhouses. They lurked in some villages and listened to the catacombs' humans' conversations. Then they judged the meaning and provided it to the Research Institute for analysis. However, many catacombs books would be accompanied by pictures. This was also a great tool for research. The animal skin book in Fong Ping's hand was not thick. It was about 10 pages or so. After flipping through it briefly, there were not many wavy characters, but there were a few pictures. The drawings are so ugly. Fong Ping saw that one of the pictures was of a city. He shook his head. He dared to show off with this level of skill. How embarrassing. While he was judging, Qin Fengqing had already opened his bag and swept a large number of books into it. Fong Ping glanced at him and ignored him. If this guy did not share most of it with him, he would kill him. Moreover, the books were too heavy and inconvenient to carry. This might be the residence of a high-ranked powerhouse. Fong Ping began to release his mentality and began to explore. Very quickly, Fong Ping found some good stuff. There were a few cultivation-aiding energy stones and some jewelry that should be used by women. However, Fong Ping sensed that the metal used to forge the jewelry had a strong energy fluctuation. It might be a precious metal, better than the metal used for weapons. After sneaking a glance at Qin Fengqing, Fong Ping quickly stuffed the things into the military bag in front of his chest. He stuffed things like the energy stones into this bag and stuffed the other big things into the gunny bag. As for Qin Fengqing, he had already started to dismantle the bookshelf. He realized that there were a few energy stones embedded in the bookshelf. At this time, he did not care if this bookshelf was more precious. Both of them destroyed everything in the house in a frenzy to create gorgeous energy lamps. Both of them did not care. They dismantled the energy stones, crumpled the metal lamp handle into a ball, and stuffed it into the bag. Qin Fengqing dismantled the metal structure of the gorgeous big bed. Fong Ping, on the other hand, took off the outer skin of the bedding. After destroying crazily for more than 10 minutes, the gunny bag and cloth bag in Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping's hands were stuffed to the brim. As for the medicinal herbs, both of them were not worried about damaging them. These medicinal herbs that contained energy were very tough. After they were done, both of them looked at each other and, with a tacit understanding, ran out quickly. This time, they did not know if they had raided a high-ranks lair. It was at least a rank 6 powerhouses lair. They did not find much of the energy stones. The other party might have taken them away or used them up. However, there were quite a lot of other things. Both of them came empty-handed. Now, when they went out, they were carrying large bags that weighed at least a few hundred catties. As Qin Fengqing walked, he asked in a low voice, "Should we start a fire?" "Can you start a fire?" "I can't. Take out some energy stones and blow this place up. Destroy the corpses and get rid of the evidence." "You take it. I don't have much." "I don't have much either." Both of them stopped talking. Forget it. Destroying the corpses and getting rid of the evidence would not have much effect. They would not waste it. The other party was back. If they really wanted to investigate, they would definitely find some clues. After leaving the hall, Qin Fengqing turned back for a look and exhaled. "Are we going back now?" "What are we doing here if we don't go back? We're carrying so many things. If we had a storage ring, we could still continue. If we don't leave now and wait for the other party to come back, are we looking for death?" Makes sense. Chapter 305. Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing did not run for long before they knew that trouble was coming. It wasn't the master of the hall who had chased after him, but the ancient wolf beasts, a pack of ancient wolf beasts. "It's over." Qin Fengqing's expression changed drastically. So did Fong Ping. The two of them knew why these demonic beasts were chasing them. They were carrying too many things, and the energy was too abundant. At this moment, in the eyes of the monsters, the two of them were a small energy mine. If he didn't hunt them down, who would he hunt down? "What should we do?" Fong Ping asked. Qin Fengqing thought for a moment and said, "First, throw away some of the things. Impossible." Qin Fengqing nodded in agreement. Yes, it was impossible. Second, split up and run together. The energy source is too dense. Who's taking a detour? If they split up, one of them would have to make a detour, and that would be risky. You, Qin Fengqing immediately said, "Your vitality is stronger than mine, so you can run longer. I believe in you. Get lost." Fang Ping would not do such a thing. Was he stupid or not? If he got lost, where could he go to seek justice? Then what do you suggest we do? Let's run together. Whoever is unlucky will be left behind. Qin Fengqing almost cursed out loud. This place was still 300 to 400 miles away from Hope City. His qi and blood had not fully recovered, so there was no way he could run back in one go. The same could not be said for Fang Ping. At that time he would fall behind, looking at the hundreds of rank 4 and 5 ancient wolf beasts behind him. He could even faintly see the rank 6 leader. Qin Fengqing sped up and said hurriedly, "Fang Ping, don't leave me behind. Let's go together. If you can't, carry me on your back. Dream on." Fang Ping was panting from running. He had spat out a whole basin of blood the whole night, and the injury on his right arm had not healed yet. He had also killed many martial artists. His vitality was fine, but his stamina was declining. Moreover, he had to carry a few hundred kilograms of weight. He would also be tired. Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and immediately said, "I'll give all the books to you. I don't want them, okay?" "No." Fang Ping refused hurriedly. The books were too heavy. Qin Fengqing was carrying a huge pile of them. Now he was running much slower than before. "Then I'll throw it away. Go ahead." Qin Fengqing's face was filled with reluctance. "I won't throw it away. It's very valuable." Roar! The roars behind him were getting louder and louder. The pack of ancient wolf beasts was madly chasing after the two of them. In the eyes of these ancient wolf beasts, the temptation ahead was extremely great. They didn't dare to go to the valley before, but now that the ancient wolf didn't feel threatened, who else would it go after if not them? The roars of beasts filled the sky. At the same time, West Phoenix City, more than 100 miles away, city, Lord residence. At this moment it was as bright as day. The city, Lord's mansion, was holding a banquet. The city lord of West Phoenix City sat in the center of the banquet hall of the city, Lord mansion, his fiery red hair draped over his shoulders. He looked young, but his eyes were deep. The red-haired castellan lightly tapped the metal wine glass in his hand as he watched the people below him whisper to each other. Wine culture, even if the civilization was different, was universal at this moment. The sound of metal clanking could be heard, and the crowd below quietened down. Everyone, Monster, Sunflower City, and Monsterwood City, have invited Monster Phoenix City to form a 3-city coalition army to attack Hope City and open the passageway to enter the land of rebirth. Do you have any suggestions? Phoenix King, you mustn't. Below, an old powerhouse immediately said, Monsterwood City has been attacking Hope City for many years. They've also entered the land of rebirth before, but they didn't bring back the seed of rebirth. I suspect that the seed of rebirth is fake news, the red-haired castellan said slowly. This news came from the restricted area. That's news from the monster plant powerhouses in the restricted area. Our Monster Life clan has no news, the old man said. Even if there's the seed of rebirth, the one who benefits is the Monster Plant clan. The Monster Plant clan has not only opened passageways in our 7 southern regions, but also in other regions. I suspect that it's not just for the seed of rebirth. There's another purpose that the other party hasn't revealed. Phoenix King, you mustn't join the Monster Plant clan without knowing the details. The red-haired castellan said lightly, I'm not joining the Monster Plant clan. I'm just discussing this with everyone. After saying that, the red-haired city master looked at one of the people below and said calmly, Commander Skywolf, you've been stationed at Skywolf Mountain all these years and have been in close contact with Monsterwood City. What do you think? A middle-aged martial art practitioner below, raised his head upon hearing the words. He had long limbs and a fair, beardless face. His voice was slightly sharp as he said, "King Feng, the allied forces of the three cities can be formed. Monsterwood City has suffered heavy losses this time. The three commanders of Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf have all died in battle. This subordinate believes that we can join forces with Monsterwood City and seize the opportunity to annex Monsterwood City." Someone said faintly, "Commander Heavenly Wolf. If I remember correctly, the commander of Monsterwood City's wolf army is your younger brother. Now that you've asked the Phoenix King to join the Three Cities Alliance, what are your intentions?" Hope City was not weak, and the Land of Rebirth still had top-notch powerhouses who had yet to show their faces. "My Demon Phoenix City is not invincible in the 7 southern regions. Demonwood City has suffered countless casualties over the years. Do you want Demon Phoenix City to fall into the same quagmire of war?" "Venerable White Phoenix, I didn't mean that," Commander Tianlang continued. "This subordinate's heart is only for Demon Phoenix City." "Then why did you stay in the Celestial Wolf Mountain for so long?" "As soon as Monsterwood City's alliance was announced, you came out of the mountains?" "I've been living in Celestial Wolf Mountain for a long time, and it's also the place where Monster Phoenix City is defending the barrier. The golden-horned Beast King of the East has recently broken through to the Venerable Realm, and the Golden Horn Forest is constantly expanding. Returning to the city this time was just a coincidence. This subordinate's original intention was to come for the golden-horned Beast King. The Phoenix King already knows about the golden-horned Beast King's breakthrough. Even if we expand, Monsterwood City and Monster Sunflower City should be the ones anxious, not Monster Phoenix City." As everyone was talking, someone suddenly came in from outside the door to report that Celestial Wolf Mountain was roaring incessantly. There was a suspicious movement. Commander Tianlang's expression changed slightly. He stood up and said, "Phoenix King, this subordinate—" The red-haired city master nodded slightly and said, "Go." After Commander Tianlang left in a hurry, the people below mocked. The heart of Celestial Wolf is no longer in Monster Phoenix City, but Monsterwood City. All these years, he's the commander of Monster Phoenix City in name, defending the barrier for me. In reality, Celestial Wolf Mountain is already Monsterwood City's territory. This time, the Celestial Wolf Mountain is the guest of the Three Cities Alliance." The red-haired city master did not say anything. He only said softly, "There's a strange movement in Celestial Wolf Mountain." "What's the strange movement?" As the red-haired city master spoke, he muttered, "Could it be that the golden-horned Beast King has come out of the forest?" The people below discussed for a while, but they did not take it too seriously. If Celestial Wolf was really killed by the golden-horned Beast King, then it deserved it. Who asked this fellow to want to clear the golden-horned forest for the sake of Monsterwood City's expansion? When Celestial Wolf said that it came back to report about the golden-horned Beast King, everyone believed it too. This was because the golden-horned Beast King had broken through to the Venerable Realm, and it was very likely that it would take revenge on Celestial Wolf. Now that Monsterwood City had suffered heavy losses, and Celestial Wolf's younger brother had died in battle, Celestial Wolf could only return to Monster Phoenix City to ask for help. "The Land of Rebirth," the Phoenix King murmured. He did not say anything else. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and fell into silence. At the same time, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing were running so fast that their tongues were almost hanging out. "Mother asterisk her, these wolfhounds are crazy," Qin Fengqing cursed. Then his figure flickered, avoiding the pounce of the ancient wolf beasts behind him. Panting heavily, he roared, "Fong Ping, wait for me!" Fong Ping, who was more than 10 meters ahead, was also panting. Without turning his head, he said loudly, "Qin Fengqing, you suffer a little. Give them some meat. I'll erect a monument for you when I go back. Do you still have any humanity left?" "None." Fong Ping panted continuously. "There's such a big commotion. If we can't return to Hope City now, we'll just wait for death. At this moment, the two of them were not only guarding against the ancient wolf beasts behind them. In front of them, there were also monsters participating in the pursuit from time to time from other places. Large amounts of medicinal herbs, metals, and energy stones were gathered. The two of them did not have any way of concealing it. The energy fluctuations were very strong. The catacombs martial artists might not be able to sense it, but these monsters were very sensitive to this. In the past, when they were at Celestial Wolf Mountain, these monsters dared not go there. The powerhouse's territory was not to be invaded. Monsters understood this better than humans. Now, however, these two weaklings were running away with these things. It would be strange if they did not chase after them. How much further? Qin Fengqing really could not run anymore. The big bag on his back seemed to be getting heavier and heavier, pressing down on him until he could not breathe. Fang Ping estimated and replied, "It's still far. We ran a little off course. At least another 200 li or more." So far, Qin Fengqing only cared about running with Fang Ping. He really did not have a concept. When he heard that, he immediately held sorrowfully, "Carry me for a while. I'll carry you again when I recover. You can howl with such vigor, as if I'll believe you." Fang Ping did not believe this guy. If he really could not run anymore, he would have abandoned the big bag on his back long ago. He would not have the time to talk nonsense with him. As they ran, in the sky above Wolf Head Mountain, which had long been left behind, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came. At this moment, the two of them were already more than 100 li away from Wolf Head Mountain. When he felt the weak energy fluctuation, Fang Ping was slightly suspicious. Where did the energy fluctuation come from? The feeling was very weak. Fang Ping did not think too much of it. He would run first. As for Qin Fengqing, he would not die. At least for now, this guy could still hold on for a while. After running another 40 to 50 li, Qin Fengqing seemed to really be unable to take it anymore. He shouted dispiritedly, "Carry me for a while." Fang Ping turned his head to take a look. At this moment, it was not just the ancient wolf that was chasing after them, but hundreds of monsters of various shapes and sizes. There were horse monsters that looked like horses. There were gorillas that ran on two legs. In the sky, there were even some flying monsters. However, they were not big and their energy fluctuations were not strong. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to them. Hold on for a while more. We're at most 150 li away from Hope City. I can't anymore. Fang Ping saw that he really looked like he could not go on anymore. He immediately said, "Give me 50% of your gains." Qin Fengqing did not say a word. He continued to run like mad. "Even if I run to my death, I won't pay for your life." Fang Ping saw that he was full of energy and ran at lightning speed. He cursed silently. "You still want to F** King fool me." As he ran, Fang Ping seemed to see something out of the ordinary. "Hey!" Qin Fengqing ignored him. "Qin Fengqing." Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted, "Look in front!" Qin Fengqing's face was pale. He lifted his head to take a look and said weakly, "What? This forest, doesn't it look a little familiar?" "You're crazy." Qin Fengqing cursed. Were all forests not like this? Familiar? Had he been here before? Soon, however, Qin Fengqing suddenly said, "Which direction are we running in?" "Southeast, but slightly to the east." "Southeast?" "East." "Then Hope City is slightly to the side from Sky Gate City. This way, 150 li from Hope City. Is there a forest?" Qin Fengqing was still quite familiar with this area. Soon, Qin Fengqing exclaimed in surprise, "Jiao's forest. If that's the case, it's not 150 li at all. At most, it's less than 130 li. Fang Ping's expression changed. "Jiao's forest. Jiao's forest was here? What a joke. The last time he ran around, he did not run all over the Jiao's forest, but he had at least run around it. Over here." Fang Ping turned his head to look. In the darkness, he could still vaguely see a trace of Wolf Head Mountain. He did not see a mountain in Jiao's forest last time, did he? Or was it because he was too weak last time and could not see clearly? Are you sure it's only 130 li? At most. Qin Fengqin gave a definite answer. Fang Ping shook his head. That meant he had calculated the distance wrong. According to his estimation, there was at least 150 li left. Of course, the difference was not huge, at least for them. However, the closer they were to Hope City, the better. Fang Ping thought for a while and said suddenly, "Don't go into the forest. Run around it." "Nonsense. There's a Jiao in Jiao's forest. Of course I won't go in." Qin Fengqin did not even think about it. He would only run in that direction if he was an idiot. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. That Jiao was a sly old fox. He had slipped away last time. If he met it again, as he thought about it, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Qin Fengqin. If he really met it and said that Qin Fengqin was the breakfast he had prepared for it, would the Jiao believe him? It should believe me, right? Qin Fengqin is of good quality. His vitality is pure. Fang Ping's thoughts ran wild. If he really met the Jiao, should he do this? Soon, however, Fang Ping shook his head frantically. It was not that he could not do it, but he should not meet it. He had run away last time. The Jiao might not believe him this time. If it turned back to feed him, he might as well be swallowed in one bite. Just as Fang Ping and the others were running around the forest. In the Jiao's forest, the golden-horned beast that had been crouching had now left its original spot and was wandering around the Jiao's forest. From time to time, some energy would gush out of its golden horn and be injected into some of the short trees on the periphery. Those trees were also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Jiao's forest was expanding. As if its energy had been depleted, the Jiao was hungry. It turned its head and absorbed the vitality and energy of a tiger-like creature that was crouching behind it, either in fear or under pressure. Soon, the tiger-shaped demon beast became dry jerky. The Jiao clicked its tongue, obviously not satisfied. These stupid, low-level monsters would never voluntarily offer their vitality and energy for it to absorb. Not only was it wasteful to absorb it by force, it did not taste good either. Moreover, it had almost finished eating all the monsters in the Jiao's forest. This would be its last meal in the near future. At this moment, the Jiao was starting to miss that humans were still intelligent enough. Not only would they voluntarily offer their vitality and energy to it, they would even prepare food for it so that it would not have to look for them everywhere. Unfortunately, that human was gone. A hint of regret flashed across the Jiao's big eyes. Then it suddenly felt a little puzzled. It twisted its millstone-sized head and looked into the distance. Chapter 306. Outside the Jiao's forest. Qin Fengqin could not take it anymore. He ran for hundreds of miles, chased by countless middle-ranked beasts. His days were miserable. Fang Ping, nothing good comes out of following you on a mission. Fang Ping's face was pale, getting paler by the second. You'll realize that you'll suffer even more. Fang Ping pulled a long face and said pessimistically and hopelessly, "Don't you feel anything?" What? The beast stopped. Fang Ping roared, "F***CK, you're so smart. Didn't you notice? We're dead. No, you're dead." Fang Ping made up his mind. Qin Fengqin was the breakfast he prepared for the Jiao. No, there were so many beasts behind him. They had brought a lot of breakfast for the Jiao this time. If Qin Fengqin was lucky, he might become the Jiao's chef like himself. Qin Fengqin's brain was suffocating from running. He could not react for a while. He looked back and was overjoyed. "I'm not chasing anymore." Fang Ping's face was as white as a sheet. He ran like crazy, growling, "Idiot, the Jiao is out." F***CK. Qin Fengqin woke up instantly. High-ranked creature. That was right. Otherwise, the middle-ranked creatures would not have stopped. Roar! A loud roar rang out. Fang Ping's face was completely pale. Qin Fengqing's face was stiff too. I've met my jinx. Fang Ping was the biggest jinx. He entered the catacombs as if he was in his own backyard. The last time he came in with Wang Jinyang, the one who was seriously injured was Wang Jinyang. He was fine, but now he was really done for. Fang Ping, are we still running? Both of them had already felt an extremely powerful aura. The beasts behind them were pressed to the ground, one by one. Some middle-rank beasts tried to run, but were crushed into minced meat. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing were not suppressed by the mentality, but they felt the invisible pressure. Should they run? Would they anger the Jiao if they ran now? In the darkness of the night, the Jiao slowly walked over, its golden armor glistening in the dark. Qin Fengqing's legs were stiff and weak. He stopped slowly because he felt the gaze and pressure from the void. Fang Ping, who was running silently, also stopped. Jiao. Qin Fengqing twisted his stiff neck and said dryly, "The two of us are doomed just like that." If he encountered a high-ranked creature, it would be strange if he did not die. There was no way he could outrun them. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk. Also, if you survive this time, all the loot will be mine." "I'm about to die, and you're still thinking about this." Qin Fengqing looked like he was about to cry. "Why were you still thinking about this at a time like this? This Jiao doesn't seem to be a mere 7th-ranked beast." It was not that they had never seen a rank 7 powerhouse before, but the pressure they brought was completely different. Fang Ping felt it too. He also noticed the changes in the Jiao. It had grown bigger, and its outer shell had shone brighter, at least rank 8. Fang Ping deduced that the Jiao was indeed evolving last time. Fang Ping did not continue chatting with Qin Fengqing. As soon as he saw Jiao, he shouted, "King Jiao, I've gone a little further this time. I've brought you a lot of food. Please enjoy." As Fang Ping spoke, he hurriedly pointed at the hundreds of middle-ranked monsters beside him. "So many. Now that you're full, you won't miss me anymore, will you?" The Jiao's huge eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Fang Ping hurriedly shouted, "So many. Also, I'll bring you a few hundred more next time. You'll be able to eat for many days." Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Fang Ping ignored him. After some thought, he turned to look at Qin Fengqing and shouted, "Where are the energy stones?" "What? Take them out. Hurry up. If you want to live, then don't talk nonsense." Although Qin Fengqing was not sure what was going on, he could only listen to Fang Ping. He was afraid of dying too. From his waist bag, he reluctantly took out some energy stones. Fang Ping snatched them and threw them at the Jiao with a grin. The Jiao swallowed them in one gulp. Seeing that, Fang Ping turned and said, "Give me some medicinal herbs." "Oh, you yourself, hurry up." Qin Fengqing was helpless. "You have your own. Why do you keep asking for mine?" Still, it was the same old saying. When under someone else's roof, one had to bow. He fished out some medicinal herbs again. Fang Ping took them and raised them in his hand, smiling. "King Jiao, do you want to eat this?" Naturally, the Jiao could not speak. However, after taking a look at the medicinal herbs, it did not show much interest. Instead, it looked at Fang Ping excitedly. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. "Mother asterisk cur. There are hundreds of monsters here. Why are you staring at me?" But Fang Ping knew what the Jiao was going to do. He condensed a stream of vitality in his hand. This time, he did not need the Jiao to swallow it. Fang Ping threw it at it directly. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp. Its eyes showed satisfaction, and it continued to look at Fang Ping. Fang Ping had no choice but to condense another stream of vitality and throw it over. The Jiao swallowed it again. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? This worked too. If that was the case, the next time he encountered a high-ranked creature, he could also escape like this? Qin Fengqing's eyes darted around wildly. Fong Ping had his back to him, so he did not see it. If he had seen it, Fong Ping would have to send him a message, "Have a safe journey." If Fong Ping could not continuously replenish his vitality, he would have been swallowed alive by the Jiao last time. Would he still be alive now? After feeding it 7 or 8 times, Fong Ping was getting anxious. Mother asterisk her. How much do you want to eat? The Jiao was really hungry. These days, it had been constantly expanding the Jiao's forest, which consumed too much energy. As for why it did not eat monsters, nonsense. With a chef around who would cook for themselves, the pure vitality that Fong Ping fed to its mouth was, of course, much better than swallowing it by force. When he entered the catacombs, Fong Ping's wealth was 85 million. However, it had not even been a day since he entered the catacombs. Right now, Fong Ping's wealth was being depleted at an alarming rate. Previously, when he fought with the rank 5 martial artist, he had used up more than 1 million. After that, he had used up more than 2 million on his mad dash. Now that he was feeding the Jiao, he had used up almost 1 million, and it was still going down at a rate visible to the naked eye. 80 million, 79 million. When it reached around 75 million, the Jiao seemed to be full and closed its mouth in satisfaction. Comfortable. The Jiao did not speak, but from its eyes and body language, Fong Ping could tell what it meant. Qin Fengqing was much more at ease now. He whispered, "Can we go now?" Fong Ping rolled his eyes at him. "You're just waiting for your death. Go." "Where are you going?" Mother asterisk her. He had purposely bypassed the Jiao's forest this time, and this guy had even brought him here. Fong Ping had already forgotten that it was actually he who had come here. Qin Fengqing had actually taken quite a number of pills along the way, and now his vitality was slowly recovering. Seeing this, Fong Ping looked at the Jiao and whispered, "It might be telling me to go and you to stay. Qin Fengqing, why don't you try staying?" "I should be fine if I go." Qin Fengqing's face turned green. "I'll go to Hope City and do that thing. You just need to feed it some vitality." "The King Jiao is very easy to talk to." Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. "I'll go first." "Why don't you try leaving?" Fong Ping sneered and said disdainfully, "I've already fed the King Jiao. It didn't eat you. If you leave now, it'll eat you immediately." Then we'll just wait and do nothing?" "Yes, wait. When it's hungry, I'll feed it. I'll feed it until we're all out of vitality, and then it'll swallow us." Fong Ping's face was bitter. He had tried to shift his feet just now, but the Jiao's big eyes had glared at him. He was a little afraid. It had been 3 months since he left and did not return. 3 months. He had not returned for so long. If the Jiao was intelligent, it might have guessed that he had run away. What should I do? Fong Ping calculated in his heart. This time, it might not be easy to escape. Will our rank 9 powerhouses come here? Fong Ping asked in a low voice. Qin Fengqing's face was full of dejection. He said in a low voice, "Who would come here for nothing? Looking for a fight? Then we're really done for." At this moment, at the Jiao's place, Fong Ping's belongings had not been converted into wealth. He only had this much wealth. At most, he would be swallowed after 3 to 5 days. The Jiao's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. In the past, he did not need so much to feed it. Now he had fed it 6 to 7 million wealth. How long had it been? He had already eaten 6 to 7,000 cal of vitality. If it ate 3 meals a day, that would be terrifying. Fong Ping was panicking when the Jiao suddenly turned its head to look into the distance. At this moment, the sky brightened. The night turned into day in an instant. When the sky brightened, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing could see more clearly. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure in the air. No, there was really someone. In the next moment, both of them felt intense energy fluctuations. Perhaps the Jiao had restrained its aura, or perhaps the other party was so exasperated that it did not care about this. At this moment, the energy fluctuations emitted were somewhat unrestrained. "Grandmaster." Fong Ping was puzzled. Qin Fengqing frowned. Doesn't seem like it. Catacombs, high ranks? It was actually very difficult to distinguish the aura of a grandmaster from a high rank. Everyone was a high-ranked powerhouse. Grandmaster was just an honorific title for humans. However, human powerhouses would not be too ostentatious in the catacombs. Unless it was a great war, human powerhouses would still keep a low profile if they emitted their aura so unscrupulously. The Jiao seemed to be distinguishing something. In the next moment, a hint of anger appeared in the Jiao's eyes. It was intelligent. It remembered Fong Ping's aura. It also remembered the person's aura. Back then, when it was still a rank 7, Skygate City and Hope City were at war. Skygate City felt that the Jiao's forest was a hindrance. When the army passed through, they had to take a detour. It was also easy to be ambushed by human powerhouses. Therefore, Skygate City was prepared to wipe out the Jiao's forest, including the Jiao. Skygate City had rank 7, 8, and 9. They were not afraid of the Jiao. The person in charge of this was the Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief, a rank 8 powerhouse. Although the Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief was his elder brother, his ability was slightly weaker. When they were wiping out the Jiao's forest, the Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief invited his elder brother to hold the line. Both of them came to the Jiao's forest together. As for the result, although the Jiao was only a rank 7, it was extremely powerful. The Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief was only on par with it. After that, the two brothers besieged the Jiao, but could not kill it completely. The Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief was almost killed. At that time, the powerhouses in Hope City also felt the Great War's aura. Some powerhouses came to check the situation, worried that human powerhouses would ambush them. They finally gave up on the idea of wiping out the Jiao's forest. However, this did not mean that the Jiao would not hold a grudge. Beasts were the most vengeful. In the last war between the two cities, Skygate City had 3 commander-in-chief. The Tiger Battalion's commander-in-chief died in battle. Initially, they were prepared to kill the Leopard Battalion's commander-in-chief. In the end, they found out later that the Leopard Battalion's commander-in-chief was responsible for guarding the place. The one who came was the Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief. Of course, the one who died was the commander-in-chief of the Wolf Battalion. After the Jiao broke through to rank 8, it originally had the intention of revenge. However, after wandering around Skygate City, it did not sense any aura. In addition, the Skygate City Lord was in a state of rage and almost went out of the city to fight it. The Jiao could only retreat. It did not expect that one of its enemies would come knocking on its door today. In the next moment, the Jiao's aura skyrocketed. With a furious roar, it soared into the sky, directly killing the Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief, who was chasing it. Golden-horned Beast King. In midair, the Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief also noticed the Jiao. He also roared, extremely furious. That was because he also saw the 2 people on the ground. Golden-horned Beast King colluded with the martial artists of the Land of Hope to kill its own wife. The Sky Wolf Battalion's commander-in-chief could not help but think like this. However, he quickly changed his mind. It provoked me on purpose to lure me here. He could not help but doubt it. How powerful was the golden-horned Beast King? Rank 8 venerable. How could such a powerful Beast King not be able to kill 2 middle-ranked martial artists? However, he saw the 2 living people below him. Of all places, the golden-horned Beast King had appeared here. Although this place was already covered by the golden-horned forest, the forest was so big. Why would the golden-horned Beast King appear here coincidentally? A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind, but at this moment he had no choice but to fight. The golden-horned Beast King was charging toward him aggressively. If he ran now, it would be bad. This place was not far from Skygate City. If they fought, the Skygate City Lord could come to his aid very quickly. Boom! In midair, A loud noise rang out in an instant. A man and a beast had fought. Below, Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. Then he gulped, tilted his head, and said, "Take a guess. Is he here to kill us?" Qin Fengqing's face was deathly pale. He whispered, "It looks like it. The way he looks at us is so scary." "So, the valley is his home." The two of them exchanged glances. In the next second, Fong Ping turned around and fled frantically. Mother asterisk her. There was no way he could live. He was a mere rank 4. It was bad enough that he had been targeted by the Jiao. Now he had even raided a high-ranked powerhouse's lair and killed his mistress, who he did not know was his wife or concubine. It would be weird if he did not kill him. Qin Fengqing did not need him to tell him. He was also desperately stuffing pills into his mouth. Run. This was the most exciting time he had ever been in the catacombs. In such a short time he had encountered 2 high ranks, and they were not humans either. One had his house raided and his family exterminated, and the other was a high-ranked monster. He could brag about it for the rest of his life if he did not die. Fong Ping's thoughts were similar. If I make it back alive, I can brag about becoming a grandmaster. How many martial artists could survive after encountering a rank 8 Jiao and a high-ranked catacombs martial artist? Qin Fengqing, if I make it back alive, don't do missions with me in your next life. Same. Qin Fengqing growled, panting. I've been in the catacombs so many times. None of them are like this. I've been in here for a day. Half of the day has been spent running. Running from night to dawn. How miserable. Magic City catacombs. I can't come back again. The same thought emerged in both of their minds. Magic City catacombs was now terrifyingly dangerous. If both of them went out, they might be targeted. King Jiao, kill him. Kill him and build a monument for you. Fong Ping turned his head and roared. Qin Fengqing's face turned purple. Mother asterisk her. You're still yelling at a time like this. What if the Jiao puts down its opponent and goes after them? Fong Ping did not care about that. He roared again. I'll go find you something to eat. Next time, I'll find a rank 9 for you to eat. Shut up. Qin Fengqing cursed. Was this bastard trying to get him killed? Fong Ping did not care about him. Nonsense. If I don't greet him, I won't even have an excuse if I'm unlucky next time. At least I ran after greeting him. Half an hour later, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing cried tears of joy. Hope City was already in sight. Chapter 307. As he neared Hope City, Fong Ping could already see a large group of powerhouses hovering in the air at the city gates. Obviously, the battle between the 2 high-ranked powerhouses in the distance had attracted the attention of Hope City. When rank 7 and rank 8 powerhouses fought, Fong Ping and the others might not be able to sense it because they were too far away, but Grandmaster powerhouses could still sense it. A Grandmaster powerhouse's mentality could be released externally, but the coverage was not too wide. If they were to engage in a real battle, a rank 7 powerhouse's mentality might only be able to cover 30 to 50 meters. However, these experts could sense energy fluctuations from extremely far away. The 2 high ranks battled, and the energy fluctuations were intense. The powerhouses guarding Hope City had already sensed it. 300 to 500 meters away from Hope City, Fong Ping suddenly roared, "Good news!" MCMAU Martial Arts Society's Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing lured the catacombs powerhouses into the Jiao's forest to kill the high ranks. The entire city was silent, in the sky above the City of Hope. Su Mafu glanced at a chubby old man beside him. After a while he said, "MCMAU is indeed full of talented people." The word talent was especially emphasized. The chubby-faced old man chuckled. "You're a talent. So it's the Jiao fighting the enemy's high ranks up ahead?" Before Su Mafu could say anything, a figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. "It's the Jiao's aura. It's gotten stronger. The one who spoke was also an old man. His hair was white and his expression was slightly dark. Rank 8. Jiao has broken through. No wonder Jiao's forest has been showing signs of expansion recently. A rank 8 Jiao, rank 8 Golden Body Realm. Beast Golden Body Realm. That was incomparably powerful. If a human rank 8 were to really fight a rank 8 beast, he would most likely lose. With that, the old man frowned and said, "What a pity." It was a pity that Jiao was not on the human side. Otherwise, the elder would have joined the battle and killed the catacombs powerhouse that Jiao was entangling. However, when beasts and catacombs powerhouses fought, human powerhouses did not dare to barge in recklessly. If he had barged in, he might have incurred the hostility of both parties. In the end, not only would he not have been able to kill the catacombs powerhouse, but he would have been killed by the Jiao and the other party instead. The old man felt regretful for a moment, then looked at the fat-faced old man and said, "How did these two brats get together?" Most of the catacombs' permanent powerhouses had heard of Qin Fengqing's famous name. Fang Ping was no exception. The last time he came, he was hunted down by a rank 6 powerhouse, bringing back news that East Sunflower City had deployed troops. As the powerhouses overseeing the catacombs, he knew about these two people. The chubby-faced old man was a peak rank 6 powerhouse from MCMAU overseeing the catacombs. He chuckled and said, "Old Co were all MCMAU students. Isn't it normal for us to go out together? How can you call it mixing together?" The old man could not help but laugh. Su Mafu, who was beside him, also felt a headache coming on. "Don't you know what's going on?" Both of them were already rank 3 and feared nothing but chaos. Now that they've stepped into rank 4, they've only been here for a day. How did they provoke 2 high ranks? He had only entered the catacombs yesterday. It hadn't even been a day. What was the result? In the end, 2 high ranks were fighting in front of them. The chubby old man did not think much of it and said with a smile, "Isn't that a good thing? This proves that MCMAU students are capable. Let's see this time whether the Jiao kills that person or that person kills the Jiao. Is there any loss for us? It would be a good thing if one or all of them died." The existence of the Jiao was also a threat to Hope City. The distance between both parties was too close. The Jiao's forest was only 100 li away from Hope City in a straight line. For a high-ranked powerhouse, they might be able to reach it in 10 minutes or so. Such an existence was a scourge. However, the Jiao had not left the Jiao's forest. Hope City was not willing to hastily fight a high-ranked beast king just because of a little potential threat. This would make it easy for Skygate City to take advantage of the situation. The old man with the surname Ko chuckled. "It's a good thing, but it's better to take it easy. They're still so young." The two of them scourging the catacombs' martial artists and monsters was a good thing for humanity. Both of them, however, were good seedlings. If nothing went wrong, both of them had more than a 50% chance of stepping into Grandmaster level. If such good seedlings were to fall in the middle ranks, it would be a loss for humanity. The chubby old man nodded when he heard that. Actually, the school did not have any requirements for them when they entered the middle ranks, but both of them insisted on going out. We couldn't stop them. As for getting someone to protect them, the chubby old man shook his head. This was almost impossible. Both of them were not weak. Who would protect them? They would have to be at least Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Grandmasters were humanity's strategic weapons. Even if they could, they would have to guard against the Grandmaster's death. Fang Ping and Qin Haodong were fine. Just like this time, the battle between the high ranks had nothing to do with them. However, if a human Grandmaster followed them, it would be a problem. If the Jiao encountered them, it would probably start a fight with the human Grandmasters immediately. The old man with the surname Ko sighed softly when he heard that. Human prodigies still had to rely on themselves to hone themselves. However, this was good. Powerhouses who had walked out of a bloodbath were the ultimate powerhouses. Looking down at the two of them, He hoped that these two kids could go further. In front of Hope City's gate, Fong Ping was still yelling, "Victory!" MCMAU Fong Ping killed a high rank. Qin Fengqing's face darkened. Why was he not mentioned anymore? On the city wall, a group of people looked at each other. After a while, someone said helplessly, "Really? Kill a high rank? I'm afraid these two kids got into trouble outside. Don't tell me they were chased by a high-rank powerhouse and the trouble was led to the Jiao's forest?" As soon as this was said, everyone believed it a little. Many people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Someone said softly, "Could it be that these two guys robbed a high-rank's lair? Look at how many things they brought back." At this time, everyone realized that both of them were carrying huge bags. "Open the city gate." One of the military department powerhouses on the city walls had just said to open the city gates when someone coughed softly and said, "Ahem, that these two fellows are wearing the attire of catacombs martial artists. Should we take our revenge?" In the crowd, someone said, "That's not a good idea, is it? What's there to be afraid of? Beat them up. After beating them up, say that you didn't recognize them, that Qin Fengqing beat my son until he couldn't wake up for half a month last year. This kid Fong Ping insisted that my second son pay 30 million. Otherwise, he would send my rank 2 nephew into the catacombs. Everyone calm down. That person from MCMAU is still here. Cough, cough, don't worry. Old Zhang has a niece who also got 20 million apportioned. It'll be fine." "Really?" "Of course." Then, outside the city gate, Fong Ping shouted for a while. He panted and said softly, "Say, do you think they'll reward us with something this time? Scheming to kill a high rank is a great achievement. You're thinking too much." Qin Fengqing pursed his lips and replied, "The military department is stingy to death. Unless that person is really killed, maybe they'll consider rewarding us. Otherwise, don't even think about it." "Sai, so stingy." "Yes, stingy." Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping reached a consensus again. Both of them had gone through a lot of trouble and finally lured a high rank to fight with Jiao. If the military department did not reward them, it would not make sense. Who would dare to take the risk and contribute in the future? As they were chatting, the city gate opened. 7 or 8 middle-ranked powerhouses walked out. The leader seemed to have just noticed Fong Ping and the others. He suddenly exclaimed, "The catacombs martial artists have killed their way to the city. Brothers, capture the enemy." As soon as he said that, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing were stunned. Then he looked at the powerhouses who were rubbing their palms and harboring evil intentions. Fong Ping suddenly realized something. He turned his head and glanced at Qin Fengqing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your enemy?" Qin Fengqing was at a loss. He said confusedly, "I don't remember." "Who knows? I, Qin Fengqing, have offended too many people in my life. Who would remember this?" Seeing that they did not carry any weapons, Fong Ping could guess what these fellows wanted to do. He shouted immediately, "Revenge is revenge. Qin Fengqing and I are not on the same side." Having said that, Fong Ping pulled away from Qin Fengqing. He turned sideways and was about to pass the group of people to enter the city. In the end, among the crowd, 3 people walked over and stared at Fong Ping with a grin. Fong Ping seemed to have just realized that he actually had enemies too. Just as the 3 people in front of him were laughing maliciously, Fong Ping suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground instantly. He pointed at them and said with difficulty, "You guys actually attacked a hero of humanity." Having said that, Fong Ping's head tilted to one side. Blood flowed from his mouth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mother ***, where was this? You should at least wait for us to make a move before falling to the ground. In midair, the fat old man landed on the ground instantly. He glanced at Fong Ping, who was still pretending to be dead. The corner of his mouth twitched. After a while, he said, "Get up. 100 million for recuperation fees." Fong Ping resurrected instantly and began to extort money. "Get up. The fat old man was about to break down. You are King extorting us so blatantly. 50 million, or else I'll report them to the military department, saying that they murdered their compatriots, robbed their comrades, colluded with evil sects and the catacombs. The few middle-ranked powerhouses who had just walked out of the city were dumbfounded. Fong Ping did not get up now. He panted and said, "At least 30 million, or else this won't be over. Not only did you guys beat up Qin Fengqing, but you also wanted to attack me." I was shocked. I was already chased by high-ranked powerhouses all the way. My essence, spirit, and spirit were all depleted. You guys almost shattered my internal organs. Everyone saw it. I vomited so much blood. In front of so many people, you guys actually framed me as a catacombs martial artist. Not only did my reputation get tarnished, but you also attacked me secretly. Don't think that I don't know who you guys are. I'll find out later. When I find out, I'll call the 3 high grandmasters of MCMAU and my instructor to ask for an explanation. Everyone's faces turned purple. The fat old man's head was as big as a cow's. After a while, the fat old man tilted his head and said, "Compensate." Huh. The few of them were stunned. What, huh? Compensate. What else can we do? Your brains must be flooded with water. What are you thinking? How dare you trick these 2 brats? The few middle-ranked powerhouses looked at each other. After a while, the leader said weakly, "Compensate." The others were speechless as they looked up at the sky. What kind of person was this? Qin Fengqing, who had been forgotten by everyone, seemed to have come to his senses at this time. He shouted immediately, "I want 50 million too. No, at least 30 million. Everyone looked at him with contempt. No one paid him any attention and returned to the city. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. He scolded, "Why should I compensate him? Where's mine? Am I easier to bully?" At this moment, Fong Ping, who was beside him, leaped up agilely. He patted the dirt off his body and said scornfully, "Idiot! You didn't vomit blood and you didn't fall to the ground. You're just following the crowd. You're not professional at all. Who cares about you? Oh, right, you were hunted down last time. Check it out. Maybe it was your enemy who did it on purpose. Idiot, you deserve to be beaten up." Qin Fengqing was completely speechless. After a while he mumbled, "You earned 30 million? Yes. You only fell to the ground for a short while. Yes. Is it so easy to earn money now? 7 or 8 middle-ranked martial artists. Less than 5 million per person. That's nothing. If a grandmaster comes this time, then I can extort a big sum. If I don't have 500 million, I'll lie down until a rank 9 makes the decision. I'll do the same next time. Then be careful. Do it when there are more people. If there are fewer people, be careful that you'll be silenced." Nonsense. Of course I know that. The 2 of them talked as if there was no one else around. After a while, a set of extortion plans for middle-ranked and high-ranked powerhouses came out. The fat old man listened with a dark expression. What was wrong with MCMAU? Midair, the grandmaster with the surname Ko, could not help but rub his temples. After a while he said, "Later, let them go to the conference hall and talk about the situation this time. Also, next time, don't provoke them for no reason. Young people nowadays are not to be trifled with." The old man with the surname Ko said it with a helpless expression. Su Mafu and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was not that young people were not to be trifled with. It was that these 2 fellows— no, this Fong Ping fellow was not to be trifled with. If it was someone else, they would not have the nerve to do something like this. But this fellow did it. He pretended to be injured in front of hundreds of people. What could they do to him? Those fellows asked for it. They knew that these 2 were troublemakers. Yet they still dared to provoke them. Even if this did not happen now, when these 2 fellows became stronger, they might just teach them a lesson. Inside Hope City, the people on the street looked at Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping, pointing and whispering. Obviously, everyone knew what happened before. Fang Ping acted as if there was no one around. Sometimes, when the voices were too loud, Fang Ping would yell, "What are you shouting for? I'm seriously injured now. I've been hurt by your voices. You can't afford the medical fees." As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. This time, Qin Fengqing was really impressed. He whispered, "I'll learn from you next time." Mother asterisk her. There were a few times when I was injured and didn't have the money to buy pills. Next time, when I'm more experienced, I'll find a few rich people to try my luck with. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "If I succeed, give me half." In your dreams. Fang Ping did not mind. He glanced at Qin Fengqing's huge bag with evil intentions and said with a grin, "According to our previous agreement, your saber and all the loot are mine now. Qin Fengqing, it's time to pay up." Qin Fengqing played dumb. What? As he said that, he remembered something and said immediately, "Previously in the Jiao's forest, the herbs you took weren't eaten by the Jiao. You stuffed them into your bag. Return them to me. Also, I won't take advantage of you with the energy stones. We'll split them evenly. Why should I pay for them alone?" Fang Ping retorted, "All your things are mine. You still have the nerve to talk to me about this? I'm fine without you. Then go to the Jiao's forest now. I'll see if you die." "I'm not going. That means I saved your worthless life." The two of them quarreled. Wherever they went, the place would be emptied. These two big shots were the tyrants of Hope City now. They would talk when they were far away. Whether they were scamming or not, these two fellows were not weak. Both of them who had entered rank, for were prodigies of the current generation. A typical rank 5 powerhouse might not be able to suppress them. As for rank 6 was also a watershed. Which rank 6 would dare to cause trouble for them? Did they really think that MCMAU people were dead? None of those who wanted to beat them up when they left the city were rank 6. If you were a rank 6 and they were rank, for if you beat them up, Lu Fengru would beat you up so badly that your parents would not recognize you. He watched as the 2 street tigers walked past. On one side of the street, a young martial artist who had just entered the catacombs said softly with a face full of envy, "That's how martial artists should be." As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly older youth slapped him on the head. "What are you thinking? You're a middle stage rank 3 martial artist. If you followed their example, you'd be long dead. These two fellows are arrogant because they're strong." The youth reprimanded him. "If you treat these two as role models, I'll collect your corpse sooner or later." These two fellows dared to provoke rank 5 and 6 martial artists when they were in the 3 lower ranks. When they were in the 3 middle ranks, they even dared to provoke high ranks. If it were someone else, they would have become minced meat long ago. Chapter 308. Hope City, MCMAU Logistics Department. Ever since the university had obtained the right to expand, MCMAU's people in Hope City could trade their harvests directly to the university. It was no longer the same as before, where most of the harvests were handed over to the military department to handle. The military department would then hand over the harvests to the pill and weapon companies, and then finally to the university. The logistics department was also a hall that was reconstructed from a large warehouse with simple decorations. It was Fang Ping's first time here. He said as soon as he entered, "Instructor, don't be too stingy. MCMAU isn't a small school. It's necessary to have some energy lamps in the main hall. In addition, we still need to decorate the facade. Later, I will ask the people of the martial arts club to bring some things in to decorate. The tables, chairs, and benches are all ready. Otherwise, it would give people the feeling that it's a shabby place." Just as he finished speaking, a chuckle came from the hall. "Fang Ping, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you're becoming more and more like the president of the Martial Arts Society." Fang Ping raised his head and took a look. Then he said happily, "Teacher Bai, why are you here?" Bai Ruashi was sitting behind the counter. She smiled and said, "My injuries have improved a lot." The logistics department has opened a branch and everyone is busy, so I came over. Previously, Bairuashi was severely injured and had to recuperate for a long time. Even now, his internal injuries had yet to heal. From this, it could be seen how serious his injuries were. The logistics department needed people. Low-ranked martial artists were not enough, and the school did not even have enough middle-ranked martial artists. Bairuashi, who had not fully recovered from her injuries, took over this responsibility. On the same day, Bairuashi returned from abroad with her lower left arm broken. At this moment, Fong Ping subconsciously glanced at it. Then he frowned slightly. "Instructor, is there no way to reattach my left arm?" Beijiang Martial Arts University's Sun Mingya's left hand had been chopped off by Han Su before, but it was reattached later on. Bairuashi gently shook her head and said, "It was too chaotic that day. I couldn't find him. At that time, fighting in the catacombs was too dangerous. There were a lot of casualties, and no one had the time to look for their severed left arm. This was different from Sun Mingyu." Fong Ping sighed softly. Then he smiled and said, "It's okay. Doesn't rank 8 reconstruct the golden body? Teacher, can it grow back?" Bairuashi smiled, maybe. Rank 8 golden body powerhouses could reconstruct their bodies, but then again, how many people could cultivate to rank 8? Moreover, a rank 8 golden body was not something that could grow arms out of thin air. When the time came, it would also require a lot of resources. Of course, if he had really achieved rank 8, he could still bear this thought. Bairuashi did not continue this topic. She smiled and said, "The two of you have gained quite a lot this time. Remember to treat us when you earn some money." Qin Fengqing immediately said, "Definitely." Fong Ping chuckled and said, "On the surface, I'll treat you when I return to the surface. The food here isn't good." Bairuashi's smile grew wider. This guy was still the same as before. He was clear-headed when it came to money. As they were chatting, the fat old man came in. Glancing at their bags, the fat old man raised his eyebrows. "The energy is not weak. Tell me what happened. How did you provoke a high-ranked powerhouse and Jiao?" Fong Ping smiled. "There's no rush. Teacher Zhang, let's talk about it later. Let's exchange the items first." The fat old man nodded and did not ask any more questions. Actually, he was also quite interested in what these two kids had gained this time. It was not just him. When others went out, their military backpacks were not full. Fong Ping and Bairuashi came back, carrying a few hundred caddies' heavy backpack. Many people were interested. At this moment, some powerhouses also came in one after another to watch the show. Fong Ping was a little cautious. One should not show one's wealth. What were these people doing in here? Seeing him like this, Su Mafu, who had just entered the door, laughed and said, "Exchange for yours!" Did they really think that they had nothing better to do? The big bag that Qin Fengqing was carrying seemed to be a catacombs book. That was why he came to have a look. Moreover, who would dare to have designs on these two people? Weaklings would be courting death. Powerhouses would not care about these things. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, did not care much about these things. He immediately began to take out his harvest. First, it was medicinal herbs, then some energy stones, and then some miscellaneous things, such as a smashed and flattened energy lampshade. Luoxing fruit, sky blue flower, orchid leaf. Bairuashi counted them one by one. Slightly surprised, she asked, "Where did you two go?" There were medicinal herbs in the catacombs, but they would not be distributed together. Moreover, the things in the periphery of the catacombs had been cleared by humans. Where could they find so many medicinal herbs? Qin Fengqing said lightly, "It's nothing. A high-ranked martial artist's herb garden." The expressions of the people around them changed slightly. They really raided a high-ranked martial artist's lair? Bairuashi did not ask any more questions. After calculating for a moment, she said, "There are 37 medicinal herbs, but some of them are not mature enough. Moreover, you stuffed some of them in carelessly. Some of their roots and leaves are also damaged. Teacher, you're not thinking of deducting my credits, are you? Qin Fengqing was also very sensitive about this. I'm already so poor, and you still want to deduct from me? Bairuashi did not know whether to laugh or cry. After calculating for a moment, she said, medicinal herbs, 5,000 credits. So much? No, so little. Qin Fengqing was surprised at first. Then he shouted, on average, 200 credits per herb. That's more than 7,000 credits. Some of them are not mature enough. They can only be used to create 3 lower rank, 3 pills. Bairuashi explained. Also, you didn't preserve them properly. The energy is flowing. There's no way to preserve them at that time. I can't bring a few hundred specialized medicinal herb boxes there, can I? Qin Fengqing mumbled and did not say anything else. Bairuashi continued to count lightly. After a while, she said, the energy stones did not increase in price. Yours, 800 credits. This time, Qin Fengqing did not object. He only looked at Fang Ping with some annoyance. This guy had taken a lot of his energy stones when he was feeding the Jiao. Weapons. Most of them are of E and D quality. 200 credits. Other miscellaneous items, 500 credits. A total of 6,500 credits. Qin Fengqing was happy and sad at the same time. He was happy because he had never gained so much before. Even when he was with Wang Jinyang last time, he spent a lot of time and only managed to earn about 3,000 credits. He was sad because this guy, Fang Ping, must have gained more than him. However, when he thought of the hundreds of books in his bag, Qin Fengqing was not in a hurry. These things were worth a lot of money. However, he was not in a hurry to take them out. He wanted to see how much Fang Ping had gained. Bairuashi asked, you still have a lot of things in your bag. Aren't you going to exchange them? I'll exchange them later. Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping and said, take yours out and let me see how much it's worth. Fang Ping did not hesitate. Very quickly, he took out a large number of medicinal herbs from his gunny sack, as well as many weapons and accessories. He also took out a lot of energy stones from his military backpack. He had more than Qin Fengqing. At this moment, some of the rank 5 and 6 powerhouses present were a little jealous. These 2 kids had really earned too much this time. 52 medicinal herbs, Fang Ping said straightforwardly. I've kept them better than Qin Fengqing. At least 10,000 credits. Bairuashi smiled bitterly again and said helplessly, 8,000 credits. That's the most. Fang Ping, this isn't my own business. This was MCMAU's recovery point. She had no right to raise the price. The fat old man coughed and said, Fang Ping, don't make things difficult for instructor by. Fang Ping was helpless. He accepted his fate and said, then it's 8,000 credits. Energy stones, 2,000 credits. Okay. Weapons, metals, miscellaneous items. That's 3,000 credits. A total of 13,000 credits. Before Fang Ping could speak, Qin Fengqing's eyes turned green. He did the same work as Fang Ping and ran the same route, but he only got half of what Fang Ping got. How could he reason with this? Fang Ping, on the other hand, was not done. He took out some energy hearts. Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. Mother asterisk her, he had forgotten about this. The others' expressions changed slightly too. The fat old man looked for a while and said in a low voice, you guys killed rank 5 martial artists? This thing could not be faked. Fang Ping nodded and did not say much. Money was the most important thing now. Instructor, 4 rank 4 and 1 rank 5. How many credits? Bairuashi looked for a while. Early stage and middle stage rank for energy is mixed. The price is not high. Upper stage and above, 500 credits for upper stage, 600 credits for peak. Early stage rank, 5, 800 credits for early stage, 1,000 credits for middle stage. Here, you have 2 early stage rank 4, 2 upper stage, and early stage rank 5. That's 2,000 credits. 1 early stage rank for costs 100 credits? Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing. Did this guy not say 300 credits last time? The ones they killed last time were all middle stage rank 5 martial artists. Bairuashi looked at him, and Qin Fengqing explaining again. Qin Fengqing sold them to the black market before. The black market was cleaned up later. It was opened by the evil sect. It's very difficult for evil sect martial artists to buy these things. We're different, Qin Fengqing said sheepishly. I didn't know it was opened by evil sect martial artists. Also, I've cheated the evil sect. Instructor, it's not fun to bring this up. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. If he had known, forget it. Why would he do business with the evil sect? If he had known it was the evil sect's stronghold, he would have robbed it directly. Total, 15,000 credits. Fang Ping heard this number and was overjoyed, but he was not satisfied. He said, "We robbed the catacombs' high-ranked lair, and it's only 20,000 credits in total? If we convert it to money, it's only about 600 million. That's too poor." This was because the difficulty of obtaining credits had been reduced. Otherwise, it would be less. No one said anything. 2 rank for martial artists spend a day and earn so much. Could grandmasters do that? If they could, grandmasters would have become rich long ago. Who would still open a company outside and slowly earn money? The others did not say anything, but Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "Give me 5,000 credits." Get lost. You have 15,000 credits. I have 6,500. I was the one who brought you there. Fang Ping, you can't be so heartless. I saved your life from the Jiao. You said that all the good stuff will belong to me. Give it to me first. Fang Ping, don't go overboard. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can earn that much if you go alone? Don't you have any idea? Enough. The fat old man scolded, interrupting their quarrel. Be more shameless. There were many powerhouses who were not from MCMAU. Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had an idea. After some thought, he said to Bairuashi, "Qin Fengqing owes me 50 million. Just give him 5,000 credits. Give me 16,500 credits. I'll fight you to the death." Qin Fengqing did not want to live anymore. He picked up his Changdao and was about to fight Fang Ping to the death. This was too much. More than 20,000 credits. He only had a few thousand. Fang Ping actually wanted to collect from him. Did he have any humanity? Fang Ping did not care. He looked at his big bag and raised his eyebrows. How about I take what's inside? You know it yourself. I gave it to you on purpose. I brought it back. That's what I gave to you. I carried it for a few 100 miles. You want to give it to me? No way. Then give me 1,500 credits. I won't give it to you. Everyone was having a headache from the quarrel. Su Mafu could not help but interrupt. Guys, are the catacombs books in the bag? Yes, more than 100. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was true, and there were so many of them. Su Mafu said hurriedly, "Take them out and let us see." Fang Ping took out 5 or 6 books from his bag. That was all he had taken at the time. Qin Fengqing had a lot. After a quick count, there were more than 80 books. Seeing so many animal skin books, everyone's faces lit up. Energy stones and medicinal herbs were precious to individuals. However, to humans, these books were more important. Su Mafu did not say much. He flipped through the books and said immediately, "Guys, the government is in urgent need of these things. Once they've been deciphered, it's better to give them back to everyone so that everyone can understand the catacombs better. 10,000 credits. No bargaining." Qin Fengqing directly asked for an exorbitant price. He could not let Fang Ping gain less than him. Su Mafu looked slightly troubled. Qin Fengqing, the government is also tight on funds now. Qin Fengqing said disapprovingly, "We risked the death of a high-ranked powerhouse's lair to get these. We were also hunted down by a high-ranked powerhouse. It's not too much to ask for this, is it?" Fang Ping also chimed in. "Yes, we were almost killed. General Su, give us more. We'll be more motivated next time. When we get back, we'll destroy Sky Gate City's lair." Su Mafu felt a little tired. The fat old man pondered for a moment, then said, "Fang Ping, Qin Feng Qing, these are your own gains. Logically speaking, when you talk to the government and the military department, the school should not interfere." However, the old man still has to say a few more words about this. The research of these materials is not for personal gain. In the past few years, the government's expenditure has been too huge, including MCMAU's source of funding, most of which comes from government grants. Now that you have the strength, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing looked at each other, slightly helpless. They knew that dealing with the government would not give them much of an advantage. However, they were all students trained by MCMAU. In fact, they were also trained by the government. The books themselves were not cultivation resources. They had no use for these things, even if they kept them for themselves. Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, "Then 5,000 credits. However, when it's deciphered, we want to be the first to know. The research department needs to provide us with a copy of the deciphered information." Su Mafu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, then the price." No room for discussion. Fang Ping shook his head directly. "Consider it a friendship price." "All right, then we'll go back and deal with MCMAU." Fang Ping nodded. He looked at Qin Fengqing and asked, "How do you think we should split it?" Qin Fengqing's face darkened. "I have more than 80 books. How many books do you have?" "I'll give you 500 credits. I'm not letting you down." 1,000 credits. "Forget it if you don't want it." "Then 500 credits it is." Fang Ping was easy to talk to now. Soon, both of them finished splitting. Fang Ping received a total of 15,500 credits, while Qin Fengqing received 11,000 credits. Both of them were quite happy. Qin Fengqing did not feel so bad now. Although it was still less than Fang Ping's, the difference was not that big. In just one day, the two of them had earned almost 800 million. Most grandmasters could not achieve this kind of harvest unless they went mining. The key was that they had to come back alive. Fang Ping did not care about others. At this moment, Fang Ping was most concerned about the growth of his wealth. Wealth: 384 million vitality, 1,080 calories, 2,000 calories mentality, 525 hertz, 699 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus, close to 400 million. Fang Ping was wild with joy. This was because he had credits in hand, if he could sell them. However, credits were not easy to sell now. Since the school lowered the difficulty of obtaining them, the cash transactions of credits had decreased a lot. This was also the school's goal. They hoped that the students could be self-sufficient and not rely on their families. No matter what, the value of credits is here. After dealing with the credits in hand, maybe my wealth can reach 500 million. At this moment, Fang Ping felt that he was really rich. This trip to the catacombs with Qin Fengqing was really worth it. As for the high ranks pursuit and encountering the Jiao, these were all minor details. It was fine as long as he did not die. Which martial artist did not have a few enemies? "Oh, right, those people have to compensate me 30 million. Fang Ping thought of the money he had made by scamming, and his face lit up again. His wealth was going to break 400 million soon. Earning money was really easy. On the other side, Qin Fengqing's eyes were also flickering. The money he had earned from working with Fang Ping this time was more than what he had earned in the past few years. Would he work with this guy again next time? The key was that he always felt like he was at a disadvantage when working with this guy. The key was that he was fast enough. He had gone into the catacombs a few times with Wang Jinyang and spent a few months, but he did not earn much. We'll talk about it later. I've earned so much this time. It's enough for me to cultivate to rank 5 or 6. Should I exchange it for an A-class Changdao? No, an A-class one is too expensive. Then I'll buy a leather armor like Fang Ping's. His is only rank 5. I'll buy a rank 6. Buy a few baskets of pills and eat them as snacks? Qin Fengqing fell into a fantasy. He imagined himself wielding an A-class Changdao, wearing a rank 6 leather armor, and carrying a basket full of pills in his hands. There had never been a moment when he felt like he had too much money to spend. Chapter 309. Military Department. Wartime Command Center. The few Grandmaster-level powerhouses guarding the Magic City catacombs had all arrived. Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had just entered when a burly man laughed. Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing, you've raised MCMAU's prestige. Good job. Fang Ping raised his head immediately. After a moment of consideration, he asked uncertainly, Grandmaster Tian? Ha ha ha, good eye. Tianmu laughed. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He asked immediately, Senior Tian, why are you here? The Grandmasters beside him were speechless. This was a relationship. Grandmaster Tian had just become a senior in the blink of an eye. Tianmu had graduated from MCMAU for almost 50 years. He was old enough to be Fang Ping's grandfather. Tianmu looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, but he was not young. He was already 70 years old. How could Fang Ping call him senior? Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up as well. He said hurriedly, Big brother Tian, slap. Qin Fengqing flew out and hung on the wall. Tianmu scolded. When your old man was in school, he called me uncle. What the hell are you calling me? Tianmu cursed. Who taught this bastard? Qin Fengqing felt wronged. He looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping shrugged. It was okay for him to call him senior. The seniors who graduated were all senior brothers and sisters. Tianmu ignored Qin Fengqing. He laughed and said, I've been transferred back from the north. A few old guys died in Magic City. We're short of manpower now. I'll be stationed in the Magic City catacombs from now on. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He smiled and said, with Senior Tian here, we'll have more confidence. Tianmu was originally guarding a catacombs in the north. His status was a general in the military department. Of course, he did not actually command troops. The military department had several military ranks: commandant, commandant, general, and general. As for some titles, there were many. If you met a commandant, you could call him general. If you met a general, you could call him commander. You could even call him chief. Military ranks were military ranks. These two did not conflict. Fang Ping had seen Tianmu's photo. The Martial Arts Society had the information of these grandmasters who had graduated. Moreover, when the vice-chancellor and the others returned, they also said something. Tianmu was one of the grandmasters who had gone to Capital City that day. A true rank, 8 golden body powerhouse. The reason why he emphasized this was that they were different from the old principal and the others. These people were riddled with injuries, and their golden bodies were somewhat worn out. In fact, their true combat strength was still slightly inferior to some golden body powerhouses at their peak. Therefore, they could only exchange lives for lives. If it was Tianmu, he might not need to do so. Even Wu Quishan was not as good as Tianmu. This was because Wu Quishan had not broken through for as long as Tianmu. Confidence. Master Ko was amused. What confidence do you need? The confidence to extort a grade 9 great grandmaster? Fang Ping laughed dryly. Old man Ko didn't continue to tease him. His smile faded, and he went straight to the point. Where are you going this time? Wolf Head Mountain. Wolf Head Mountain. The old man, surnamed Ko, looked at Tianmu and the others. There are high ranks in Wolf Head Mountain? I don't know. I've never been there. I went there once, but I didn't find anything. Tianmu was not familiar with the place. He thought for a while and said, I went to Wolf Head Mountain 30 years ago, but I was just passing by. I didn't go deep. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man walked in and said, There are high ranks in Wolf Head Mountain, but they've always kept a low profile. They didn't participate in any of the big battles. However, I've met them once. They might be related to Sky Gate City's Wolf Troops, Commander-in-Chief. Guardian Wu. Guardian Wu, you've seen them before. The person who entered the door was none other than the Southern Guardian, Wu Chuan. As Wu Chuan said this, he glanced at Fang Ping and said with a half-smile, Weren't you the one who called me senior brother earlier? Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Fang Ping looked confused. Then, as if remembering something, he said hurriedly, So it's senior brother Wu. I didn't recognize you. Senior brother, you're so brilliant. I don't deserve it. Someone wants to expel me, Wu Chuan. Fang Ping continued to look confused, but in his heart he was cursing wildly. I've only mentioned it to Huang Jing and Wu Quishan. How did Wu Chuan know? The two vice-chancellors are unreliable. How dare they sell me out? This is a rank 9 high Grandmaster powerhouse. Moreover, he's a powerhouse among the rank 9 powerhouses. He's ranked 9th, second only to the sect alliance leader, Zhao Xingwu. Wu Chuan did not continue to scare him. He asked, Tell me more in detail. Fang Ping hurriedly recounted what happened earlier. Wu Chuan pondered. Has the Jiao already broken through to rank 8? No wonder the Jiao's forest is expanding recently. Fortunately, it didn't expand to the south. The south was where Hope City was. Senior brother Wu, did that person die today? No. Wu Chuan shook his head. Sky Gate City's castellan attacked. However, that person's injuries were not light. I felt it. His aura was dispirited. He was heavily injured. He only has rank 7 ability. If it wasn't for Sky Gate City's castellan's timely rescue, he would have been killed. I was just about to intercept him. There's some movement in East Sunflower City. East Sunflower City's castellan is intimidating them. It's a pity that Elder Fan just left. Otherwise, he could have stopped both of them. The Jiao should be able to kill the other party. There were too many catacombs in Sino Nation. Rank 9 powerhouses were also very busy. 1 rank 9 was the limit for a catacomb. As the guardian of the south, Wu Chuan had not left since he came to the catacombs. The rank 9 powerhouse who guarded the catacombs previously had something to attend to recently and happened to be out. Otherwise, the 2 rank 9s would have been there to stop both of them. The Jiao could have killed the other party, reducing the catacombs' combat strength by 1. Wu Chuan was not too regretful. He smiled again. This is good too. This time, Sky Gate City's castellan has completely offended the Jiao. This type of beast demon king holds grudges the most. Demon king? Fang Ping was a little puzzled. High-ranked demon beasts can all be called kings. Of course, that's just our habit. Wu Chuan continued. Recently, our research on the catacombs has made some breakthroughs. We've also translated some information. In the catacombs, rank 7s can be called commander-level powerhouses. Rank 8s are venerable powerhouses. Only rank 9s are monarchs. That's why the term Beast King doesn't really apply now. Of course, it's the same. It doesn't matter. It's just a difference in names. After hearing that, Fang Ping mumbled, No wonder the Jiao seemed to feel so good when I called him King Jiao. The command center fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Wu Chuan frowned. You've interacted with the Jiao before? It's not called the Jiao. It's actually called the Golden-Horned Beast King. Anyway, that's roughly what the Catacombs powerhouse called it. Could it be that the other party was also sucking up to the Jiao? Stop talking about this. Wu Chuan interrupted him and explained. The monarchs are monarchs. Calling them the Jiao Beast King means that the Jiao is the strongest existence among the golden-horned beasts in this area. The Jiao is not the only one. The strongest existence in a clan is called the Beast King. Even if it's a rank 4 or 5 Beast King, it still exists. I see. Wu Chuan felt a headache coming on. Back to the topic at hand. Let's talk about the Jiao. Oh, I've known the Jiao for a long time. Everyone was speechless again. You've only come in twice, and you've known it for a long time? However, when Fang Ping mentioned that he had met the Jiao the last time and had even lived with it for a night, everyone's expression changed. It was not that they were thinking of humans and beasts, but that Fang Ping was still alive despite courting death. Tian Mu asked with interest. You're saying that it didn't kill you when you fed it vitality? Fang Ping shook his head. No, the Jiao is quite smart. I'm afraid it's storing me as long-term meat. When the other rank 4 and 5 powerhouses went, they were all sucked dry by it. Because of my mutation, my vitality recovers extremely fast, so I can constantly replenish it. Also, it was probably advancing last time. I lured some middle-ranked martial artists to it, so it probably wants me to continue sending meat to it. Everyone was speechless again. Qin Fengqing seemed to have discovered a secret. He asked loudly, Is that how you killed the rank 4 and 5 last time? Fang Ping rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, Why do you care how I killed it? I already said it was a trap. Isn't that a trap? Do you, Qin Fengqing, have the ability to do that? If I didn't know it, you'd be waiting to die. Do you think it would let you go? Even if the Jiao let you go, the person who chased after you could still kill you. No one paid attention to the quarrel between the two of them. Tian Mu asked again, Kid, does this mean that you can control the Jiao? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. No, how can I control it? It eats and sleeps, unless you bring meat to it. Is that so? Tian Mu was deep in thought. Wu Chuan also looked at Fang Ping as if he had discovered something. Fang Ping said quickly, Anyway, I'm not going to the Jiao's forest anymore. It's too dangerous. I don't want to die. Everyone burst into laughter. Wu Chuan did not continue looking at him. He said, Everyone is clear about the situation now. Moreover, Skygate City's lord made a move, which means that the person on Wolf Head is related to Skygate City. This also means that Skygate City has 8 high ranks again. Having said that, Wu Chuan suddenly asked, Where are the medals of the martial artists you killed on Wolf Head Mountain? Qin Fengqing fished out a few medals. Wu Chuan sucked them into his hand through the air. He flipped through the back and suddenly frowned. West Phoenix City. The Catacombs martial artist medals had their rank on the front and the city's emblem on the back. At this moment, everyone saw a vivid phoenix image on the back of the medal. Everyone's expression changed. West Phoenix City's people, Skygate City's rescue. This. Could it be that 2 cities are going to become 3 cities? We must report this immediately and strictly monitor West Phoenix City's every move. The Grandmasters were instantly on guard. This information was not a small matter. West Phoenix City's powerhouses were in trouble, but no one from West Phoenix City came to their rescue. Instead, it was Skygate City's lord who made a move. What kind of situation was this? Seeing that everyone was so concerned, Fang Ping immediately said excitedly, Grandmasters, is this information very important? I risked my life to find out. Before he finished speaking, Wu Chuan waved his hand. Both Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing appeared outside the military camp with a blank look on their faces. What does this have to do with me? Qin Fengqing was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. How many words did I say when I came in? In the end, Tian Mu hit him, and Wu Chuan chased him out. He, Qin Fengqing, had done anything wrong. Glaring at Fang Ping fiercely, Qin Fengqing humphed. Stay away from me. Shut up, Fang Ping scolded. After some thought, he said, What do we do now? Nothing. Go back. I have earned a fortune. I should go back and cultivate. Fang Ping nodded slightly. After some thought, he said, Next time you come to mine, call me along. Qin Fengqing knew the location of an energy mine. Moreover, Qin Fengqing had come back alive. Fang Ping felt that he would be fine too. Qin Fengqing sneered. Did he think that he was stupid? Would he tell him where the energy mine was? Fang Ping did not mind. He said as he walked, "Without me, you should think about it carefully. If you die, no one will collect your corpse. If I go, your safety will increase by 90%. Think carefully before you decide. If you follow me, other than running a little tiring, are you injured? I heard that the last time you were with Wang Jinyang, you were beaten up like a dog and injured countless times. You even owe a lot of money for treatment." Qin Fengqing looked thoughtful. What he said made sense. He could not refute it. After some hesitation, Qin Fengqing said in a low voice, "If I want to go, I have to be at least rank 6. Fang Ping looked indifferent. He said calmly, "Then we'll wait a little longer." "All right, is it far?" "It's okay, 5 or 600 li." Qin Fengqing's voice stopped abruptly. A map suddenly appeared in Fang Ping's mind. He had trouble identifying directions, but he was familiar with maps. Hope City had a radius of 5 or 600 li. It was impossible to go south. That was the ocean. If it was north, 5 or 600 li would have to go past a city behind Skygate City. The possibility was not high. Northeast was East Sunflower City. Northwest was West Phoenix City. Cities were built in both places. There were many martial artists. Mines had also been discovered. In that case, it was either west or east. There were no cities in the west and east. Instead, there were barren mountains and some dangerous places. It was possible that mines had been discovered in these places. I heard that there are many ants the size of a human head in the 10,000 ants desert. Have you eaten ants before? Fang Ping asked casually. Qin Fengqing glanced at him and said in a muffled voice, "Who eats ants?" "There are really ants the size of a human head there? How would I know?" "Oh." Fang Ping understood immediately. It was not west. The 10,000 ants desert was in the west. It was only 400 or 500 li away from Hope City. Qin Fengqing had never been there. East, 500 or 600 li away. There's an energy mine there. No one has discovered it. As expected, it's not one of the few that MCMAU discovered. Fang Ping thought about it and felt a headache coming on. 500 or 600 li was only a rough range. It would be troublesome to confirm it. Forget it. If there was a chance next time, he would look for it. If he monopolized it, who would share it with Qin Fengqing? Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping. He felt like he had missed something. Did I say something? I only said 500 or 600 li. It's okay, right? Qin Fengqing was not very confident. Fang Ping was extremely cunning. When he went on a mission with him, he felt like he did not lose out. However, when he came back, he realized that he had 4,000 or 5,000 credits less than him. This made Qin Fengqing feel like he had been tricked. But it did not seem like he had been tricked. Then why did he lose so many credits? I have to go to cultural studies when I get back. No, I have to go to the School of Social Sciences to learn accounting and advanced mathematics. Qin Fengqing had an idea. Maybe the accounting was wrong. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to lose so much. Fang Ping glanced at him. He saw that Qin Fengqing was deep in thought, secretly calculating. When he said that Qin Fengqing owed him 50 million, he did not refute it. Many people heard it. Was it true now? If there was a chance, he could get this money back. Chapter 310. Outside the catacombs. Seeing Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing leave, the gatekeeping martial artist was stunned. You're back. Both of them had only gone in yesterday. The gatekeeping martial artist's expression changed slightly. Did something happen inside? Fang Ping shook his head. No. Then what about you guys? The mission was completed, so we came out. There's no place to eat there. Are we going to stay there forever? The gatekeeping martial artist's expression changed slightly. He actually liked to see these young people moving forward bravely, so he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing. Now, however, both of them could not bear the hardship. Qin Fengqing was not like this in the past. As he was thinking, he heard Fang Ping ask, "Qin Fengqing, how are you going to spend the 10,000 credits you got this time? Don't worry about me. Don't you have 10,000 yourself?" The gatekeeping martial artist was stunned. What were these two talking about? "You're talking about credits?" Fang Ping waved goodbye at him and said, "Yes, credits. We didn't earn much this time, less than 30,000 for both of us. Next time we come, we won't leave until we earn 100,000 credits." The gatekeeping martial artist was stunned. Both of them stayed for a day. Then, Fang Ping told him that they did not earn much, less than 30,000 credits from MCMAU, or to put it more directly, less than 900 million. Did they rob someone? The gatekeeping martial artist watched the two of them leave and murmured, "Were credits that easy to earn these days? 10,000 credits in one day. An aspiring martial artist could enter rank for quickly. There was almost no difficulty, right? Spending money, spending hundreds of millions to nurture a rank for martial artist was still possible, as long as they had the aptitude and were not too useless. Is the catacombs safe now?" The gatekeeping martial artist continued to let his imagination run wild. "Should I go there too? Have the guys inside all made a fortune?" As he was thinking, the alloy house's door opened again. A group of more than 10 people, all of them injured and covered in blood. The leader was an instructor from East Sino Nation Normal University. Seeing the gatekeeping martial artist look over, he said somewhat pessimistically, "The situation in the catacombs has become more troublesome. We can easily meet a bunch of middle-ranked martial artists. Sai, if this continues, we won't be able to enter the 3 lower ranks." The gatekeeper was stunned. Just now, the two of them had it easy. Their clothes were brand new, and there were no visible injuries. They had just casually said that they had earned tens of thousands of credits and were planning how to spend them. "You guys, are you kidding me?" Earlier, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing, "Oh, the two of them." ESNNU's instructor shook his head and said, "I think the two of them went to rob a high-ranked martial artist nest. They've hit the jackpot this time." The gatekeeper shut his mouth. I stopped talking. These two brats went in for a day, and they raided a high-rank's old home? McMao. The freshmen were still celebrating. Demon King Fong had left the school. It was too exciting. This was said by a few freshmen who had just joined the Martial Arts Society. It was said that yesterday morning, Devil King Fong and another troublemaker of the Martial Arts Society, Qin Fengqing, had carried their bags and left together. It was a mission. How could he return in less than half a month? In the end, before the freshmen could celebrate, someone on campus saw Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing. At this moment, Tang Wen and the others were almost beaten to death by the entire school's freshmen. What happened to Demon King Fong leaving? What happened to him not being in school? Do you think you're so great just because you're upper stage rank 1? Are you trying to make us lower our guard? In the cafeteria, Tang Wen felt wronged when she saw her classmates' unfriendly gazes. She raised her head and glanced at Gu Longfei and Luo Sheng. This year, only the 3 of them had joined the Martial Arts Society. Gu Longfei was the one who told her about Fang Ping's departure. Gu Longfei's expression darkened. He said in a low voice, "I saw it with my own eyes." He swore that he saw Fang Ping and the others leave with their weapons and backpacks. This was not a short-term mission. Under normal circumstances, martial artists who carried backpacks would definitely go on a long journey. But he's back. Tang Wen looked pessimistic. As Tang Feng's daughter with a peak rank 6 father, she should have been very happy in the school of weaponry. In the end, Tang Wen realized that she was overthinking. It had been exactly a month since she entered the school. In this month, Tang Wen felt like she was about to be tortured to death. Her father did not care, and the Martial Arts Society did their best to teach her a lesson. Her dormitory was attacked the most at night, and it was not by rank 2 martial artists, but by rank 3 martial artists. She was beaten up the moment she entered. That was not all. Usually other people chose their own missions, but her missions were issued directly by the Martial Arts Society. According to the Martial Arts Society, capable people do more work. Besides, her father was a tiger. She could not be a dog. After being taught a lesson by the Martial Arts Society, Tang Wen asked a few seniors about it. Then, Senior Yang asked her sympathetically, "Why don't you go to CCMAU?" "As your father's student, it's not the first time he's been beaten black and blue. Now that you're here as his daughter, they haven't beaten you up yet because you're too weak. When you're rank 3 or 4, you'll realize you'll be even more miserable." Senior Zhao told her not to be afraid and to cultivate hard. So what if she was beaten up? If she could not die, she could continue. Tang Wen was very pessimistic. Her father had brought her a lot of trouble. If she had known this would happen, she would have gone to CCMAU. The honest Luo Sheng comforted her. "It's okay. The president isn't that scary. He's been here for so long, and the president hasn't bullied the new students. My dad said that ever since the president took office, the new students' lives have become better." Tang Wen rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. "That's because your dad hasn't bullied him." "Your dad bullied the president?" Luo Sheng was shocked. Tang Wen said helplessly, "I asked my dad. He said it's because Fang Ping is narrow-minded. He takes care of every little thing. If he's not his opponent, he bullied his students. Now it's my turn." "Then tell your dad." Before Luo Sheng could finish, Tang Wen sighed. "My dad said that young people should solve their own problems. If he can't beat Fang Ping, then he has to accept his fate. Fang Ping was a new student last year too. I was a year later than him. If Fang Ping can catch up to others and become president, then I can catch up to Fang Ping and beat him up next year." Luo Sheng and Gu Longfei looked at her sympathetically. "Then you should continue to be taught a lesson. Fang Ping is already rank 4. Middle stage rank 4 at that. At his speed, he'll probably be rank 5 next year, right?" "Rank 5 next year?" Tang Wen was not convinced. "I'll be peak rank 1 soon. Rank 2 will be within this month." It was already October. Both of them were silent. This speed was extremely fast. Last year, when Fang Ping and the others broke through, it was at the end of the semester. They were still peak rank 1 during the Martial Arts University Championship. Now they were almost at peak rank 1. This month or next month, all 3 of them had hopes of achieving rank 2. Compared to the previous cohort, they were faster. However, Fang Ping had spent a semester to go from rank 1 to peak rank 1. From peak rank 1 to middle stage rank 4, he had also spent a semester. The 3 most outstanding new students of grade 09 looked at each other and sighed. The days of geniuses were not easy. Inside the Martial Arts Society, everyone was confused about Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing's quick return. However, after knowing that Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had earned a fortune in the catacombs, tens of thousands of credits, everyone felt nothing but envy. President's office. Fang Ping leaned on the chair and smiled faintly. "Although I was only gone for a day, I realized that the new students seemed to have let go of themselves. How about this? The martial arts grand competition is around the corner. All rank 1 students, new and old, should sign up. I've thought about it. The rank 3 ranking list will be compiled nationwide. However, there are none for rank 1 and rank 1. This time, I want to create a national ranking list for rank 1. There are millions of rank 1 martial artists in the country. I don't have high requirements for MCMAU students. This ranking list will only take the top 100. There are no more than 10 people in MCMAU on the list. All rank 1 students find a mine and go mining. Chen Yunqi was dumbfounded. Mining? Fang Ping explained. To prepare for the energy mine mining in the future, you must be fast and agile. After many years, everyone will be grateful to me. Chen Yunqi asked uncertainly, will they really be grateful to you? Of course. When that time comes, everyone will understand that everything I do today is for their sake, for their future. When that time comes, they will know how fortunate they are to have me as their president. Did Li Hansong and the others from CCMAU ever consider this? Students who don't know how to mine, when they enter the catacombs in the future and encounter an energy mine, how can they race against the high-ranked creatures to mine quickly and escape? Chen Yunqi continued to be dumbfounded. Fang Ping saw this and laughed. Can't understand? It's right that you can't understand. Geniuses are always not understood by others. But it's okay. Some sacrifices, it's fine as long as you understand them. Oh, right. Did your grandfather agree to sponsor us? Fang Ping thought of something and asked. Chen Yunqi said awkwardly, my grandfather, what did he say? He say it. He said that the next time he sees you, he'll nail you in the ground and not let you out for a month. Fang Ping's expression darkened. He snorted softly. Let the Martial Arts Society organize rank 3 members and go to SCMAU to hold the championship. Tell them that they won't go back unless they win. With power in hand, there was no need to waste it. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Chen Yunqi and said, you go too. You're the team leader. This time, you have to win, and you have to win beautifully. If you lose, it means that you deliberately went easy on us. Chen Yunqi was close to tears. Was this appropriate? She was going to beat up her grandfather's students? That's it. Go and prepare. Do your best. I believe in you, Yunqi. Work hard and strive to achieve rank for as soon as possible. Fang Ping looked at the time and said, I'm going to cultivate soon. Don't look for me if there's nothing important. After this cultivation, I might achieve upper stage rank 4. Chen Yunqi's expression changed slightly. Then she nodded and said, I understand. Then SCMAU. You don't want to go? I'll go. Chen Yunqi bit her lip. She would go then. Who was afraid of who? Her grandfather was too much. Since everyone was sponsoring, all he had to do was sponsor a little. Achoo! At the same time, Skmao. Old man Chen sneezed and frowned. Who's talking about me? As a grandmaster, he was immune to all illnesses. Which brat was scolding him? Villa number 8. Lu Fengru said in a low voice. The honing of the heart is the most difficult of the 5 viscera. Once the heart is over, the honing of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels will be much easier. Heart honing is actually a process of energizing the heart. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, I know this, but you said before that humans and catacombs martial artists are different. What's the difference? Catacombs martial artists are energizing instead of flesh and blood. Humans are not. Lu Fengru explained, what we call energizing is not to turn the heart into an energy stone, but to turn it into an engine. This involves a difference in the direction of transformation. Their transformation direction is comprehensive energizing. Our transformation direction is to turn the heart into a transit device. Fang Ping nodded in understanding. In other words, we can let the heart absorb external energy faster, transit it, and turn it into the vitality force that we need, speeding up our recovery. Yes, this transformation process is the honing process. The heart is very complicated. You've studied human anatomy, so you should know that the heart is actually divided into many chambers, left and right atriums and left and right ventricles. Our so-called honing transformation is to combine these atriums and ventricles into one. Fang Ping suddenly frowned. The complexity of the heart is also a sign of human evolution. Mammals and reptiles all have 2 atriums and 2 ventricles. Amphibians have 2 atriums and 1 ventricle. Only fish only have 1 atrium and 1 ventricle. If we combine the atriums and ventricles now, won't that be regressing? Lu Fengru smiled faintly. How do you know that complexity is evolution? The great way is always simple. From simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. Isn't this evolution? The complexity of the heart is naturally suitable for ordinary people, but for martial artists like us, powerhouses who pursue breakthroughs, it is no longer suitable. Moreover, do you think that combining is easy? There are many nerves and blood vessels inside the heart. Transforming the heart is actually an extremely complicated process. You need to hone and strip these nerves and blood vessels one by one, rearrange them so that these blood vessels are no longer complicated and twisted, and rearrange them around the internal chambers of the heart. After that, you need to use your heart's celestial bridge to build a new energy channel. Do you understand what I mean? Fong Ping thought for a while and said, in other words, the other valves and blood vessels in the hollow part of the heart have to be stripped to the surrounding walls, and a new energy blood vessel will be built in the hollow part. You can understand it that way. This is too dangerous. Fong Ping said gloomily, Instructor, who thought of this cultivation method? If a few heart blood vessels are broken, won't people die? It won't be to that extent. There will definitely be some danger, but people won't die to that extent. Lu Fengru said with a smile, As for who thought of it, how would I know? You can ask when you have the chance. Rumor has it that these first-generation martial artists have all shattered the void. Fong Ping pursed his lips. I'll ask when I'm dead. No wonder everyone stays at middle stage rank for so long. This is indeed a martial artwork. The other 4 organs are not so complicated, right? Not really. The heart is the source. The other organs are slightly weaker. That's good. Lu Fengru thought for a while and said, Your vitality is continuous. Actually, the process of honing and transforming will be simpler. Continuous honing is better than transforming one after another. Many times, danger will happen during the process of vitality interruption. You're honing well. You just moved a blood vessel away from its original position. When you're in the middle of honing, suddenly your vitality is interrupted. You can imagine how painful it is. For you, it will be much less painful. I see. I understand now. Fong Ping nodded and asked a few more questions. He had a general understanding of the steps of honing the heart and the details to pay attention to. This was the difference between having an instructor and not having one. It was also the difference between a powerhouse instructor and a weakling. In most martial arts universities, rank 3 instructors did not even touch on this. Even if they knew how to cultivate, they could not explain it in detail. Honing the 5 organs was not something that could be done by honing randomly. It was extremely dangerous for martial artists who did not know the details to cultivate recklessly. After talking about cultivation, Lu Fengru thought for a while and asked, When you entered the catacombs, did you find any traces of my father? No. Lu Fengru sighed softly and did not ask further. The last battle was so intense, but her father did not appear. Either he was not in the periphery or he was dead. The probability of the latter was higher. If he was not in the periphery, could he have entered the central area? Or was he in the central mountains? But there were countless high-ranked monsters there. The probability of survival was extremely low. Go. Cultivate on your own. Lu Fengru was a little dispirited. Her daughter was dead. Her father had also left her? Chapter 311. MCMAU, Southern Area. Energy Room. In the hall, Song Ingji helped a student with the paperwork. He could not help but glance sideways at the innermost room in the passageway. That kid has been in there for 3 or 4 days. He's really willing to go all out this time. He thought of a certain someone who walked in a few days ago. He was arrogant, despotic, and rich. Old Song, give me a VIP room. I'll give you 1,500 credits first. I'll make up for it if it's not enough. That imposing manner and that tone made the arrogant Song Ingji want to beat Fong Ping up. 1 hour of cultivation in the energy room only cost 10 credits. However, that was relatively speaking. Fong Ping's so-called VIP room still existed, but it was reserved for instructors or middle-ranked martial artists. In normal cultivation rooms, the energy stones that were burned and released were of the lowest purity. In the VIP room, the energy stones used were of a higher purity. Of course, they could not reach 90% purity. Otherwise, they could be directly absorbed and digested instead of being used for cultivation. The one Fong Ping opened cost 20 credits an hour. 3 or 4 days had passed, and his 1,500 credits were almost depleted. I've stopped this kid's supply now. When he reaches rank 6, he'll definitely come after me. Song Yingji smiled and shook his head. Fong Ping's credits were now completely depleted. If he stopped his energy supply now and interrupted his honing. With this guy's personality, Tang Fong and his daughter had already been dealt with countless times. It was inevitable that he would seek revenge on Song Yingji. What I'm afraid of is, who knows how long this kid will stay and not pay when he comes out. Song Yingji sighed. Would this kid go back on his word? A few days ago, he was so rich that Song Yingji thought 1,500 credits was not a small amount. Who knew that once Fong Ping entered the energy room, he would not come out for a few days. As he was thinking about this in boredom, Fu Changding and the others walked in. Instructor Song, is he not out yet? Not yet. Fu Changding said helplessly. The national rank 1 competition is about to start. We're still waiting for him to host the opening ceremony. The national rank 1 competition had always been hosted by Fong Ping. The school's 2 vice-chancellors did not participate, and Tang Fong and the others were not willing to participate either. Now that the Martial Arts Society was organizing everything, without Fong Ping as the president, it would be difficult to organize the opening ceremony. Out of the 5 presidents, only Liang Fenghua was in school. However, Liang Fenghua did not want to be in the limelight, nor did he want to steal Fong Ping's limelight. Now, they were all waiting for Fong Ping to come out of closed-door cultivation. Speaking of the national rank 1 martial arts competition, Song Yingji could not help but ask, how many people have signed up? He was quite curious about this. Fu Changding was speechless. It's beyond my imagination. Even I was shocked. The only requirement is to be a rank 1 martial artist. There are no other restrictions. From the end of last month until now, more than 30,000 people have signed up. Over 30,000. Song Yingji was also stunned. So many? They were martial artists, not ordinary people. Most martial artists had other jobs, and the martial arts competition would obviously last for a long time. How could there be so many people signing up? Fu Changding smiled bitterly and said, That's right, we didn't expect it at first either. Now that Shanghai is overcrowded with martial artists, the Shanghai government wants us to start the event immediately, or else they'll ban us. Tens of thousands of martial artists had gathered in Shanghai. In addition, Shanghai already had a large number of martial artists. Now, the number of martial artists gathered in Magic City was probably the highest in the world. The Shanghai government did not dare to give them any more time to prepare. The closer it was to the end, the more people there would be. If this continued, it would not be difficult to gather 100,000 martial artists. In addition to the martial artists' relatives and friends, as well as other martial artists who wanted to join in the fun, there might be even more. When that time came, even the Shanghai government would have a headache. Song Yingji did not care about the ban. Instead, he asked, with so many people, the competition is not easy to arrange, and the venue, the municipal government has agreed to rent the stadium to us for free. Also, we've rented some places ourselves. The preliminaries don't have to be too formal. We'll fight for 10 days to half a month, and the remaining people will enter the second round. As for MCMAU, we just need to prepare for the final top 100 competition. As he said that, Fu Changding smiled and said, the top 100 competition this time is the top 100 ranking of rank 1. If we can get recognition, then MCMAU's rank 1 martial arts competition will be on the right track. According to Fong Ping, next season will be the rank 2 competition, then the rank 3 competition. This kid, Song Yingji shook his head slightly and chuckled. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, he has even taken over the government affairs. Fong Ping's ambition could not be said to be small when he was the one who created the rankings of the 3 lower ranks and made the competition he organized into the top 100 competition. If that was the case, MCMAU's reputation would grow day by day, and it would be close to surpassing the old elite CCMAU. However, whether it would work or not would depend on what happened next. Fu Changding also laughed. Fong Ping has become the president. MCMAU students are so busy now that their heads are spinning. Chun Yunqi led a team to SCMAU for the championship, and the people from SCMAU were about to cry. Zhang Chao led a team to Beijiang Martial Arts University for the championship, and Huang Qiao led a team to Donglin Martial Arts University for the championship. There are MCMAU students everywhere in the country now. Why didn't you go to CCMAU for the championship? Song Yingji asked with a smile. Fu Changding's grandfather was also a leader in CCMAU. Although he was not a grandmaster, grandmasters were still a minority. Old Master Fu was also one of the leading figures in CCMAU. Fu Changding shook his head. Fong Ping said that rank 3 won't be enough to fight CCMAU. He will get a rank 4 team to fight CCMAU later. Maybe they don't even have to fight. Everyone will clash in the championship at the end of the year. Right now, rank 4 martial artists are rushing to improve their strength, so they can't find time to fight in the championship. Fong Ping did not recommend martial artists in the 3 lower ranks to go to the catacombs. Fighting in the championship was also a chance to improve their martial arts. Rank 4 martial artists could not only go to the catacombs, but they could also fight in the championship at the end of the year. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not have any restrictions on rank for students. Song Yingji had nothing to do, so he asked, "How many rank 3 students are there in the university now?" "I notice that there are a lot more new rank 3 students cultivating in the energy room. I just did the statistics 2 days ago. There are 78 rank 3 students now, and 2 more rank for students than before. Now there are 11. Fu Changding said, "There are a lot more rank 2 students. There were about 500 before, but many people have broken through to rank 2 recently. According to the previous statistics, there are close to 800 now." "So many?" Song Yingji was slightly surprised. There were only about 500 before. The difficulty of obtaining credits has been reduced, and there's a loan system. Plus, Fong Ping is abusing rank 1 students now. Everyone is working hard to advance to rank 2. When Fu Changding said the word abusing, Song Yingji wanted to laugh. He did not care too much about aspiring martial artists. It was the same for rank 2 and 3. The most unfortunate ones were the rank 1 martial artists who had the largest base number. There were almost 4,000 of them in the university. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Fu Changding looked at the time and said, "Instructor, I'll leave first. He's out of closed-door cultivation. Please inform him." "Sure." As soon as Fu Changding left, Song Yingji looked at the cultivation room in the passageway again. Did that kid want to hone his heart in one go? It was not that simple. There were countless prodigies in Sino Nation, but all of them had been stuck at middle stage rank 4 for a long time. Just as Song Yingji was guessing. Inside the cultivation room, he was sweating profusely. He was concentrating, carefully moving the blood vessels inside his heart. This was a martial art job. Every time the heart was remodeled, he had to concentrate 120%. The consumption of vitality was not too serious. Plus, he was in the energy room, so he did not need to replenish his vitality. He could recover on his own. The consumption of mentality, however, was not small. It was also because of his strong mentality that he could cultivate for a few days in one go and persevere. I've refined and destroyed the valves of the left atrium and ventricle. I feel like I'm not human anymore. Fong Ping wiped the sweat off his forehead and muttered. Had he ever seen a human heart like this? Most people had 2 atriums and 2 ventricles, but his left atrium and ventricle were now one. After clearing the membrane between the left atrium and ventricle, he could feel his vitality flow much faster. Normal humans would not be able to withstand this kind of impact. Moreover, if it was a normal person, the reverse flow of vitality would easily cause death. For martial artists, however, vitality flow without restrictions was more beneficial to cultivation. Next, I'll first clear the membrane between the right atrium and the right ventricle, turning the 4 chambers into 2 chambers, then combining them into one, completely turning the heart into a hollow state. Finally, I'll build a thick energy passageway. At this moment, Fong Ping had cleared the left atrium and ventricle. His progress was actually very fast. He was already a quarter of the way to upper stage rank 4. However, there was still a long way to go before upper stage rank 4 and completely honing the heart. No wonder Wang Jinyang and the others stayed at this stage for so long. After honing the heart, I might be able to enter peak rank for soon and catch up to old Wang. At this moment, Fong Ping felt that he was not far from Wang Jinyang. One was a peak rank 4, and the other was a middle stage rank 4. The gap was not as big as he imagined. Continue. This time, I have to at least combine the 4 chambers, or else I won't go out. Fong Ping made up his mind. He would go for it in one go. As for the energy room, it seemed like it consumed too many points and was not enough. Fong Ping did not think about it for now. He would think about it when he got out. Old Song still owed him a lot of money. When the time came, he would ask him to subsidize some. At the same time, NMAU, more than 100 rank, 1 students had packed their luggage and were ready to go, ready to rush to Magic City. Wang Jinyang said with a serious expression, although it's only a competition, NMAU must also give it their all. Everyone, there's not much time left for us, and there's not much time left for you too. If you've reached rank 3, that's fine. Everyone has a lot of opportunities. However, if you haven't reached rank 3, your opportunities are too few. NMAU is not a famous martial arts university. We lack many things. Since MCMAU is willing to spend a lot of money this time, and the top 100 martial artists will be rewarded handsomely, then we must seize every opportunity to become stronger. MCMAU's national rank 1 martial arts competition had now become the biggest competition in the country. It was also the competition that attracted the most attention. Since ancient times, there had been no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. The competition for the ranking list was the focus of many martial artists' attention. At the same time, the rewards for the martial artists who entered the ranking list was also the focus of everyone's attention. MCMAU was really rich. Any martial artist who entered the top 100 would be rewarded with a rank 2 vitality pill and a rank 2 bone honing pill, which were equivalent to a market price of more than 5 million. This alone would cost more than 150 million. As for the top 10, top 3, and first place, there were other rewards. The market price of the prizes was more than 200 million. For rank 1 martial artists, this reward was not small. As long as they entered the top 100, they would not lack pills to break through to rank 2. It did not matter if they had the viscera shielding pill or not. Not everyone was as afraid of getting injured as Fong Ping. Moreover, if they entered the top 10, they would also get the viscera shielding pill. If they entered the top 3, they would even get a D-class weapon as a reward. First place would not only be rewarded with a large number of pills and weapons, but they would also have the opportunity to enter MCMAU's energy room to cultivate. The numerous rewards made countless rank 1 martial artists green with envy. In reality, The insiders knew that MCMAU would definitely make a lot of money this time. These expenses were nothing. Although it was said to be a few $100 million, that was the market price. The pills and weapons for the competition were provided by MCMAU internally. The cost price was only 1/3 of the market price. The MCMAU Martial Arts Society had also applied with the school to obtain the rewards at cost price. After calculating, the expenses were only about $100 million. However, this was MCMAU's advantage. Other schools could not do it. Even if many schools wanted to organize a few $100 million in expenses, they could not afford it. After all, they were not sure if their own competition could attract the public's attention. Victory! The NMAU crowd cheered in unison. Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. He nodded slightly, and the leading martial artist led the students into the car. After everyone had left, Wang Jinyang said softly, "Is MCMAU trying to be the leader of the martial arts universities?" Beside him, Gu Xiong, who had just become the vice president of the Martial Arts Society, said in a low voice, "It might not be MCMAU. I think it's Fang Ping." "President, is there any movement from CCMAU?" "No." Wang Jinyang shook his head slightly. After some thought, he said, "If there are no accidents, CCMAU will be going all out in the Martial Arts University Championship at the end of the year. If they defeat MCMAU, then MCMAU's momentum will be at its peak. The higher they stand, the more painful it will be when they fall. If Fang Ping can't defeat Li Hansong, all his previous efforts will be for naught." Martial artists still had to look at their abilities. No matter how beautiful you were, if you were not strong enough, it would not work. CCMAU was keeping quiet now, allowing MCMAU to expand its influence. However, it did not mean that CCMAU did not care about these things. Li Hansong was a person who preferred to be straightforward. As long as CCMAU defeated MCMAU in the championship at the end of the year, then MCMAU's current prosperity would be like adding oil to a raging fire. It would not last long. The production rights of pills and weapons were also built on the strong foundation of MCMAU's instructors and students. The students were the foundation of the school. If the students were not strong enough, it meant that the education could not keep up. Naturally, they had no right to ask for anything. When the time came, it might be possible that this power would be taken back. What about NMAU? Wang Jinyang sighed softly. We'll see. We don't know when the Nanjiang catacombs will open. Let's see if it opens before or after the championship. If it opens after, then I'll participate in the championship. If it opens before, then NMAU won't participate. Gu Xiong said with slight regret, "It's a pity that you're the only rank for an NMAU president. Otherwise, this year it might be each school participating independently." After Wang Jinyang said this, Gu Xiong's expression changed slightly. "Then who else can go against the two elite schools?" "Not necessarily. CCMAU and MCMAU only have rank for martial artists now. No rank 5. It's not impossible for the 8-school alliance to gather a group of rank for martial artists. Besides, if they're really strong enough, one person is enough." When he said the last sentence, Wang Jinyang's aura changed. Obviously, he was not talking about the 8-school alliance, but himself. If they really wanted to participate independently with him around, NMAU would not be afraid of anyone. The key was when the Nanjiang catacombs would open. "I hope that the catacombs can open a little later. I also want to try." After defeating the 2 elite schools and a normal martial arts university taking first place, how much will NMAU gain next year? Today, NMAU's annual education funding was only a fraction of MCMAU and CCMAU's, about $5 billion. After defeating the 2 elite schools, it would not be difficult for NMAU to double their education funding next year. Only by stepping on the shoulders of elite schools could normal martial arts universities have a chance to rise. MCMAU was like this back then. NMAU might not be able to do the same. This sentence was said in Wang Jinyang's heart. Chapter 312. At the same time, capital city, Lu Dali's face was full of struggle. Should I go or not? It was the National Rank 1 martial arts competition, a competition involving tens of thousands of martial artists. If he did not join in, what kind of reporter would he be? But he's already rank 4. Lu Dali was slightly regretful. Fang Ping was only a peak rank 3 before. What was there to be afraid of, now that the guy had entered rank 4? The gap between them was slightly too big. How much stronger is a rank 4 martial artist compared to an upper stage rank 3? There are so many people. He won't notice me, right? Besides, I'm taking what I deserve. There's no need to be afraid of him. There are so many martial artists here. I don't believe that Fang Ping can beat me to death if no one stands up for me. I've spent all my money. I don't have any now. There's no point in him beating me up. As his thoughts ran wild, Lu Dali suddenly gritted his teeth. The bold will die of starvation. If I don't go for such big news, how can I make a living as a reporter? Lu Dali hesitated no more after making up his mind. He would go to Magic City, even if he did not have exclusive broadcasting rights this time. With his vision, he could focus on some people to report on. If these people made it to the top 100, his report would be valuable, and he could make a lot of money. At this moment, many people were rushing to Magic City. Even Sun City's Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore. Fang Yuan, who had completed her once honing, had recently increased her vitality again. Although she was still far from twice honing, she felt that she was very powerful now. If not for the fact that one had to be a rank 1 martial artist to sign up for the rank 1 competition, she would have signed up too. Scenic lake gardens. Fang Yuan was a little anxious. She could not help but say, "Dad, help me take a few days off. I want to go to Magic City." The national rank 1 competition was set to start on October 10th, but Fang Yuan had classes then. She could not go. No way. Fang Mingrong refused immediately. After a while, he said, "The competition is long. We'll see when it's time for the top 100. They could just watch the preliminary qualifiers on TV. They could go and watch the top 100 competition." Fang Mingrong actually wanted to go to Magic City to see his son. Ever since Fang Ping went to Magic City, he and Li Yueying had not been there even once. "We still have to compete in the top 100. Fang Yuan looked regretful. After some thought, she said regretfully, "I don't think I can participate this time. I haven't reached rank 1 either. It's such a shame that the first place of rank 1 has been taken by someone else." Fang Mingrong rolled his eyes. His daughter had been too full of herself recently. Just because you've reached rank 1 you can get first place? Where did his confidence come from? There were countless rank 1 martial artists in the country and many descendants of grandmasters. What did the little girl think the national martial arts competition was? Fang Yuan continued to sigh. There are so many prizes. The prize for first place is almost 10 million. No wonder Fang Ping said that improving one's ability is the only way to make money. I feel like I've lost out a lot this time. Otherwise, this 10 million would have been mine. All right. Fang Mingrong couldn't stand the girl's nagging and helplessly said, "Don't cause trouble for your brother and me. The family doesn't expect you to earn money." Fang Yuan was displeased. She immediately said, "Dad, you can't say that. Martial artists have to fight." "Stop!" Fang Mingrong couldn't stand it anymore. Could the little girl not use this against him? "Study hard and keep up with your classes. When it's time for the top 100 competition, I'll ask for leave for you to go to Magic City. Your brother has bought a house there. You can go there and have a look." "Really?" "Yes." Fang Mingrong then reminded her, "Girl, disband that club of yours as soon as possible. Also, return all the membership fees you've collected." "Dad." Fang Yuan pouted and mumbled, "It's only $10 a year, and I still have to rent a place. I'm teaching everyone stance training for free. It's not expensive at all, okay? Last year, I only got 10,000, no, more than $9,000 for the membership fee. Fang Yuan felt like she was losing out. She used to charge a separate fee for her pole standing classes. But Fang Ping said that pole standing could not be practiced too deeply. Most people would not be able to withstand the expenditure. So she stopped holding classes now. Only the core members of Yuan Ping Club and those from slightly wealthier families were now practicing pole standing. She did not pay these core members their salaries. Teaching them pole standing was their salary, and she was too embarrassed to charge them. Now, Fang Yuan felt that the more people there were, the less money she earned. It was not worth it at all. Fang Mingrong's head hurt. He did not say anything else. He stood up and said, "Do as you see fit. I'll tell your brother that you've recruited more than 10,000 people." "I didn't," Fang Yuan retorted immediately, feeling wronged. "It's only 5 or 6,000, not 10,000. Fang Mingrong's expression darkened, and he did not say anything. Sun City is a big place. You're just a kid. Recruiting 5 or 6,000 people is still not enough. He could not control his daughter now. He would have to get Fang Ping to teach her a lesson later. October 8th. 6 days had passed since Fang Ping entered the energy room. In the energy room's lobby, Lu Fengru frowned slightly. "He's not out yet?" "Not yet." Song Yingji smiled bitterly. He coughed softly and said, "Instructor Lu, Fang Ping has spent 2,880 credits. He paid 1,500 credits in advance, so he's still a little short." "What do you think?" Lu Fengru glanced at him and said lightly, "What are you trying to say?" Seeing Lu Fengru about to start a fight at the slightest disagreement, Song Yingji felt tired. After a while he said, "Nothing." Fang Ping had already owed 1,380 credits. This debt was really hard to settle. It was fine if it was a little less, but it was more than 1,000 credits. Song Yingji began to consider if he should prepare to take coercive measures. As he spoke, Fang Ping walked out of the passageway, his hair disheveled and his face dirty. His previously fair and clean face now had some stubble. 6 days and 6 nights. This time he cultivated for a whole 6 days and 6 nights. If it were someone else, they would have broken down long ago. Fang Ping relied on his mentality to recover as he moved forward, keeping himself awake. Finally, after spending 6 days, he opened up the membrane between the atrium and ventricle, completing the honing of the heart as one. At this moment, he was more than halfway through the path of upper stage rank 4. There was only one path left, which was to communicate with the bridge of the heart, officially turning the heart into an engine that powered his body. Fang Ping glanced at his data absent-mindedly. He was still satisfied. This time, cultivating in the energy room did not consume much wealth. 375 million vitality, 1,800 calories, 2,090 calories plus mentality, 520 hertz, 699 hertz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 30% plus, not bad. The transformation of the heart has strengthened my physique. The upper limit has increased, and I can continue to increase my vitality. Before this, Fang Ping's vitality and mentality limit had not increased at all, because he had reached the limit of a stage. At this moment, as his heart was mostly modified, he could continue to increase his vitality and physique limit. As he thought about this, Fang Ping raised his head and saw Lu Fengru. He smiled immediately. "Teacher, why are you here?" Lu Fengru glanced at him and nodded slightly. "Not bad, but don't be too eager for quick success. You have to take things one bite at a time. You've cultivated for such a long time this time. You should settle down when you get back. Don't be too eager. You've just broken through to rank 4. On August 18th, Fang Ping broke through rank 4 and entered middle stage rank 4. Only 50 days had passed. For many rank 4 martial artists, they might not even be able to build a celestial bridge in 50 days. Yes, I know, but I've been stuck at middle stage rank for a long time this time. It won't be a problem for me to enter upper stage rank for sooner. Song Ingji looked up at the ceiling. Have you been here for a long time? Why do I remember that it was only a few days since you last broke through? This was a middle-ranked cultivation, and now it involved the modification of the heart. How long did he spend in this process? A year? No, 2 years? It seemed closer to 3 years. Yes, closer to 3 years. Song Ingji remembered that he had spent almost 3 years going from middle stage rank 4 to upper stage. He had spent about 8 years on the whole rank 4 stage. Rank 5 was not a short stage either. He had spent about 10 years. It was considered fast. He had just turned 50 this year and entered rank 6. He was a dragon among men in Sino Nation. Before this, Song Ingji was actually quite satisfied. But now he felt that he was really old. But he was only 50. Teacher, let's go. Song Ingji was still doubting life. Fang Ping called Lu Fengru and left. Song Ingji thought that Fang Ping's mind might not be clear after cultivating for so long. He had to remind him, Fang Ping, you've cultivated for 6 days and 6 nights. It's already the 7th day. Oh, thank you for your concern, Teacher Song. I'm fine. Song Ingji's expression darkened. Am I showing concern? I'm reminding you. You're playing dumb with me, kid? You've cultivated for so many days. The credits you paid in advance. There's nothing left, right? Fang Ping. Song Ingji's expression darkened. He was ready to flip out. I knew you. Kid, want to go back on your words? Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. He said dryly, Teacher, I didn't expect my cultivation to take so long this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the energy room. Do you really think I've forgotten? The point is that it's too expensive. I thought the 1,500 credits I paid in advance would be enough. Tens of millions. A few days of cultivation isn't enough? Who knew that honing the heart would be so difficult? It took me 6 or 7 days to complete the unification of the atrium and ventricle. Now you want me to pay up? Isn't this cutting my flesh? Out of the 15,500 credits I earned previously, only 14,000 credits are left now. If he asked Fang Ping to pay up more credits, he would break down. Song Ingji said impatiently, That's your problem. Kid, did I force you to come? When you entered the door, Old Song was shouting Old Song, inflated to the limit, extremely arrogant. Now, when it's time to pay up, you shrivel up. Fang Ping was helpless. After a while he said, Teacher, give me a discount. This time I've cultivated for so long. You should give me a discount, right? Sorry, no. Song Ingji rejected him directly. How could he give him a discount? Fang Ping looked at Lu Fengru. She did not seem to hear their conversation. It was not like Fang Ping did not have money. There was no need to worry about him. 30 million in cash. Is that enough? Fang Ping wanted to vomit blood. Cultivating here is too expensive. I won't come again even if you beat me to death. If he used his wealth to restore his vitality, he might not have spent so much. No, he definitely would not have spent so much. Of course, cultivating in the energy room was not without its benefits. The overflow of energy honed the whole body. Still, it was too expensive. 1,380 credits. 30 million isn't enough. Now, credits are inflated. They're not worth much. Then you can discuss the exchange rate with the school. Then, teacher, you can help me pay up the 10 million you owe me. That should be enough. Song Ingji was confused. When did I owe you 10 million? Did Fang Ping just say it? Fang Ping did not say anything else. He took out a bank card and threw it on the table. He said quickly, There's 30 million in there. The password is written on the back. Teacher, I'll leave first. This time, Fang Ping ran away quickly. He did not stop at all. Fang Ping! Song Ingji shouted. He looked at Lu Fengru, who had not left, and said helplessly, This kid, Instructor Lu. Lu Fengru laughed and said, I still have some cultivation time this year, right? Yes, quite a lot. If it's not enough, deduct it from me. I don't need it anyway. At this moment, Lu Fengru had already passed the stage. The energy room had a limited effect on her, unless it was an energy mine. However, as a peak rank 6 instructor, she had a lot of free cultivation time every year. Song Yingji did not say anything after hearing that. Lu Fengru did not say much either. She quickly left the energy room. Outside the energy room, Fang Ping was looking around. When he saw Lu Fengru come out, he said quickly, "Teacher, old Song did not chase after us. Did you stop him?" Lu Fengru glanced at him. After a while, she said, "You're so stingy. Are you saving so many credits to eat? I have to prepare for the future. Cultivation costs too much." Fang Ping sighed. "I thought I could use up to rank 6 with more than 10,000 credits. Who knew it would be so cheap? It's not that cultivation costs too much. It's that you spend too much." Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. This kid used the energy room as a hotel. He stayed there for 6 to 7 days. How could he not spend a lot of money? Even the instructors could not bear to do that, let alone Fang Ping. In just a few days, Fang Ping's 4 chambers had merged into one. This speed was extremely shocking. How long will it take to reach upper stage rank for? 3 to 5 days at the fastest, 10 to half a month at the slowest. Fang Ping replied and said, "Teacher, the Grand Martial Arts competition is starting soon. This time, you have to help me control the situation. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to. Go find Wu Quishan. The Vice-Chancellor is not willing." If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. It was rare that Lu Fengru did not say anything bad about Wu Quishan. She said helplessly, "Your martial arts society has 5 to 6 billion saved up. Are you going to keep it like this? If the martial arts society doesn't want to spend it, give it to the school. The money is just a number." "Vice-Chancellor, you're eyeing my money?" Fang Ping was shocked. "The martial arts society's money, not yours." Lu Fengru corrected him. "It's a concept." Fang Ping mumbled. "Money moved people's hearts. The martial arts society had too much money. He did not expect that even Wu Quishan would be tempted. He had to spend it as soon as possible. I know. This money will be gone soon. I'll give everyone a year's salary first." Fang Ping had already thought it through. He would give everyone a year's welfare first, including his. The Martial Arts Society's annual welfare, according to the current situation, was close to 3 billion. The rest of the money would be used to subsidize the new students. There would not be much left. Lu Fengru did not say anything. "You're really capable, giving a year's welfare in advance. Don't you feel guilty?" Fang Ping did not think so much. He could receive 6,000 credits a year in the Martial Arts Society. He could increase his wealth by another 120 million. When the time came, he would have 20,000 credits in his hands. He would see if he could sell them. Could he think of a way to accumulate 1 billion wealth and see if the system could be upgraded? "I don't need much. Just give me a storage ring or a storage warehouse. It's too troublesome without this." Fang Ping was a little helpless. If he had a storage ring or something like that, he and Qin Fengqing would have gained more. Everything in that basilica could be moved away, including those tables and chairs. Those were valuable too. Energy lamps and the like did not have to be dismantled and taken away. They could be packaged up as a whole. Their value would increase too. 1 billion wealth. There's still a big gap. I haven't honed my skull either. Forget it. I'll put skull honing aside for now. I'll try to save 1 billion wealth. After entering rank 4, Fang Ping's recovery speed increased. His consumption of wealth was much less. Perhaps he would be able to save 1 billion in no time. Lu Fengru did not care what he was thinking. After walking for a while, she said, "Nanjiang Zhang Dingnan is looking for you. He wants you to call him back. Call him yourself later." "Why is Governor General Zhang looking for me?" "I don't know. It doesn't look like something good. Take it easy. Let me know if there's anything. I got it. Chapter 313. On the way back, Fang Ping called the Nanjiang governor's office. In the cultivation room, in order not to be disturbed, things like mobile phones were not to be brought in. When the call connected, Zhang Dingnan did not say anything to him. Instead, he told him that the governor's office's minister, Zhang Yuqiang, had arrived in Magic City and hoped that Fang Ping could receive him. Fang Ping was speechless. Just for this, the minister of the Nanjiang governor's office was still a local official. Would he be afraid that no one would receive him when he came to Magic City? However, Zhang Dingnan had spoken. Fang Ping guessed that there must be something else, so he agreed without much consideration. Half an hour later, in a coffee shop outside MCMAU, Fang Ping had seen Zhang Yuqiang a few times. He should be Zhang Dingnan's confidant. Although his strength had not entered rank 6, he was still a peak rank 5 powerhouse. Seeing Fang Ping, Zhang Yuqiang sighed. In the blink of an eye, Student Fang has become the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society. Heroes come from youth. Minister Zhang, you flatter me. Fang Ping said politely. He sat down and looked around. Zhang Yuqiang was alone. There was no one else. There were very few people around. Zhang Yuqiang was not in a hurry to get down to business. He chuckled. Magic City has been very lively these days. I heard that the National Rank 1 martial arts competition is hosted by President Fang. Minister Zhang, don't call me president. Just call me Fang Ping. Ha ha ha, that's good. Don't stand on ceremony with me. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother Zhang. Big Brother Chang is fine too. It makes me look younger. Zhang Yuqiang responded with a smile. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. Zhang Yuqiang was Nanjiang's official. There was no harm in getting close to him. Big Brother Zhang came to Magic City this time. On one hand, there are many rank 1 martial artists in Nanjiang who came to participate in the martial arts competition. Some of them are government personnel. That's why I brought a team here. On the other hand, Zhang Yuqiang paused and said softly, Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. You know about it, right? Yes. Fang Ping's expression became more serious. He said, Can you determine the specific time now? I can't be too specific. According to experience, it should be around December or January next year. 2 months at the shortest, or 3 months at the longest. Zhang Yuqiang said, You participated in the evil sect extermination before. You know the inside story. When the catacombs were about to open, it was also the time when the evil sects were the most active. However, ever since the last encirclement, the evil sect's activities had become more cautious. There were definitely still some evil sect powerhouses hiding in Nanjiang. But there are a lot of things going on in Nanjiang now, and it's impossible for the Grandmasters to stay in Nanjiang all the time. There's no way for them to search everywhere. It's a waste of time and effort, and there's not much to be gained. Fang Ping looked at him without saying a word. And there might be people from the cult within the Nanjiang governor's office. Zhang Yuqiang's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Fang Ping heard it clearly, though. He frowned slightly. The governor has always wanted to get rid of these people, but unfortunately he never had the chance to do so. It's also hard for him to find any evidence that can be used against him. Therefore, this time I came to Shanghai with the intention of asking for Brother Fang's help. Me? Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Big Brother Zhang, you think too highly of me. Even a grandmaster can't do anything. What can I do? Brother Fang is too humble. Zhang Yuqiang said with a straight face, You're now the president of MCMAU's Martial Arts Society, and you're also from Nanjiang. You can say that you're the link between Nanjiang and MCMAU. When Nanjiang's catacombs opens, whether MCMAU will send reinforcements or not has a lot to do with Brother Fang. Moreover, you're also the most outstanding prodigy martial artist among the younger generation of Sino Nation. Your progress is extremely fast. In the outside world, you're also very famous. People like President Wang are much weaker than you. When you were at rank 3, you killed a rank 4 and even killed a rank 5. Now, you've stepped into the middle ranks at the fastest speed. We know that, and so do the evil sect martial artists. When Nanjiang's catacombs opens, your existence, Fang Ping, will also be a variable. If the evil sect really makes a move, it's impossible that they won't notice you. Fang Ping frowned. They won't dare to make a move against me, will they? I'm in MCMAU. I have a few grandmasters and a large group of rank 6 powerhouses. There are countless grandmasters in Magic City. Unless the evil sect martial artists send a few rank 9, they'll be courting death. Yes. Therefore, if you're in Magic City, they definitely won't dare to make a move. Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. He asked softly, "What does Big Brother Zhang mean?" Zhang Yuqiang said softly, "The governor hopes that Brother Fang can make a trip out of Magic City." Out of Magic City? Head to Nanjiang in secret to discuss with the governor about MCMAU's reinforcements after the catacombs opens. You want me to be the bait? Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Zhang Yuqiang said in a low voice, "The goal is actually not those people from the evil sects, but those people from the governor's office. The news of your return to Nanjiang will be deliberately leaked, and only those few people will know. When the time comes, your whereabouts will be leaked, and we will know who leaked it. Then we will clean up the internal spies. Some people held high positions. If they were not dealt with now, once the catacombs opened, it would be very easy for big problems to arise. Don't worry. There will be people protecting you along the way." Fang Ping's expression changed again. He said dryly, "I'm not suitable, am I? I'm just a rank for martial artist. Would they take the risk to kill me? Younger brother Fang, I've said it before. You're the link between Nanjiang and MCMAU. Maybe it wasn't enough in the past, but now that you're the president of the Martial Arts Society, you have the right to do so. I think the people from the evil sect are also aware of the status of the president of the Martial Arts Society. Moreover, you're not just any ordinary martial arts society president. In MCMAU, the few reorganizations that have taken place have a lot to do with you, including the time when the 10 high grandmasters went to Capital City. Actually, some people also said that it was your idea. You're the #1 prodigy among MCMAU's current students." Zhang Yuqiang's words were not stingy with flattery, but Fang Ping said dryly, "Big Brother Zhang really thinks too highly of me. I'm actually just a nobody in MCMAU. I don't have the right to participate in important decisions, including helping Nanjiang. If it were any other time, Fang Ping would definitely brag about himself. But now he could not brag. Not only could he not brag, but he also had to say that he was unimportant. Letting him be the bait was something that could cost someone his life. If the evil sect took it seriously and sent high ranks to ambush and kill him, he would die. Who could he go to reason with? As for protection, even if there was, it would not be in the vicinity. That would be noticed. When Nanjiang's grandmasters came to help, Fang Ping would be dead. What kind of help would there be? Would the evil sect martial artists come to ambush him? Fang Ping felt that if he really did as Zhang Dingnan and the others said, the possibility was very high. A genius. Only if he was alive would he be a genius. If Fang Ping died, even if MCMAU's grandmasters were angry and would find trouble with the evil sect, they might not continue to help Nanjiang. After all, large-scale help would cost lives. MCMAU was only responsible for the cleanup of Magic City's catacombs. Going to other places to help out was out of humanitarianism. If they did not go, no one would say anything. Seeing that Fang Ping was evading, Zhang Yuqiang sighed and said, "Younger brother Fang, we also know that we're making things difficult for you. Originally, NMAU's President Wang wanted to step up, but to be honest, President Wang's appearance might not be effective. NMAU, where Wang Jinyang was, had to fight. Killing Wang Jinyang would not have much of an effect. Wang Jinyang was a genius, but he had not grown up yet. The use of a genius was only SOSO. At most, using him as a rank 6 was already thinking highly of him. Fang Ping was different. There were many people who were connected to him. If necessary, he could even invite those MCMAU grandmasters who had graduated. Zhang Dingnan might not even be able to invite these grandmasters. Fang Ping's head hurt. He continued to remain silent. A 10,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. No matter how strong the enemies outside are, we're not afraid. What we're afraid of is internal problems. Zhang Yuqiang continued to sigh. Especially now, among the people who are suspected, there's a higher-up in Nanjiang military department. Fang Ping, if such a higher-up betrays us, then we'll be in big trouble. After our people enter the catacombs, when the passageway just opens and is destroyed, everyone who enters will fall into the catacombs, including the Grandmaster powerhouses. However, without any evidence, we can't casually deal with and restrict a higher-up powerhouse who is working hard for the country. Suspicion and house arrest without evidence will cause even more trouble. Everyone might even be in danger. At this time, Nanjiang needs everyone to be united, not panicking, Big Brother Zhang. Fang Ping interrupted him and smiled bitterly. I'm only rank 4. If I encounter a rank 5 powerhouse, I can still hold on for a while. If I encounter a rank 6, I'll be in danger. If it's a high rank, maybe I'll explode from the pressure of their mentality. Big Brother Zhang, it's not that I'm evading, but this is really too dangerous. How about you guys find a rank 6 powerhouse and try? It doesn't have to be someone from MCMAU. For example, someone from CCMAU or other martial arts universities. Yes, CCMAU's Li Hansong is more suitable. He's not from Nanjiang. Zhang Yuqiang said helplessly, martial artists still have a stronger sense of region. Moreover, CCMAU belongs to the north, and Nanjiang belongs to the south. CCMAU won't help Nanjiang on a large scale. Everyone has their own missions. We found you after considering many aspects. You can also be trusted. If we really find Li Hansong, people will suspect if we're bait and increase the enemy's vigilance. Fang Ping's head was as big as a cow's. He exhaled and said, Then I'll think about it. Younger brother Fang, I hope you can give us a reply as soon as possible. Of course, we won't force it. Zhang Yuqiang laughed. This is indeed a very big risk. Even the governor can't guarantee 100% safety. It's reasonable for younger brother Fang to have concerns. However, the governor said that if younger brother Fang agrees, he can give the crimson saber he used in rank 6 to you. That's an A-class alloy Changdao. It was specially forged by the governor when he cultivated a few major saber techniques. It's more suitable for the saber technique he created. Younger brother Fang learned the governor's saber technique. With the A-class custom-made crimson saber, your strength is 3 times stronger. If you encounter a powerhouse whose weapon is not as good as yours, you can break the other party's weapon with 1 slash. When that time comes, you can even kill a rank 5 powerhouse. This saber also took the governor's savings and effort for many years. How heavy is it? Fang Ping asked subconsciously. He then coughed dryly, as if he was not the one who asked the question. 40 caddies. Zhang Yuqiang's reply was straightforward. If he wanted a horse to run, he had to eat some grass. B-class alloy, 100 credits, /kg. A-class alloy, on the other hand, doubled. In other words, this saber was worth 4,000 credits. Zhang Yuqiang continued, This is specially made. It's not just about the grade of the alloy. In order to forge this saber, the governor hired a few top-notch powerhouses from the weapons company who were good at forging to personally forge it. Not only that, the governor's vitality has been nourishing it for decades. It's not something that can be compared to weapons made on the production line. After becoming a grandmaster, the governor has never stopped nourishing it. He even started nourishing it with his mentality. Today, this saber is the top-notch kind among A-class weapons. Before you become a grandmaster, You can use it until peak rank 6. It won't be outdated. Don't change weapons too often. Fang Ping did not say anything. He needed to be alive to wield it. Big Brother Jean, let me think about it. The martial arts competition is starting the day after tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't have time to do anything else. Zhang Yuqiang was slightly disappointed, but he still nodded and said, Go do what you need to do, old Brother Fang. When you're done thinking about it, you can contact me. But don't go into too much detail over the phone. Nowadays, technology has advanced. The risk of information being leaked is also high. I understand. After saying that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, Can I tell my instructors and the others? Try not to. Of course, if you want to tell them, I hope it's limited to Instructor Liu. Instructor Liu and the governor are very close. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. What did he mean? Were these two really having an affair? Back then, Lu Fengru had said that Zhang Dingnan used to chase after her relentlessly. Could it be true? Without asking any further, Fang Ping left quickly. Macmao. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead. This matter was not easy to reply to. Reject? If he rejected, if there was really a higher-up in Nanjiang who was a spy of the evil sect, once Nanjiang's catacombs opened and a large number of people entered, the other party would turn traitor. That would be troublesome. The passageway that was opened for the first time was not very stable. It was very easy to get into trouble. Once it was sealed, the people who were trapped inside would die almost without a doubt. Although it was not Fang Ping's turn to worry about this kind of thing. He also believed that Zhang Dingnan and the others would definitely be prepared. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if there was an oversight? Agree? If he agreed, the risk would be too great. It would be fine if the evil sect did not pay too much attention to it. If a rank 5 ambushed him, he could still escape even if he could not beat them. Even a rank 6 might not be able to kill him instantly. What he was afraid of was a high rank. That would really be an instant kill. Moreover, if he really agreed in order to lure out the spy, he might have to create some momentum and expand Fang Ping's influence and importance. When that time came, the risk would be even greater. This is not easy. Although Zhang Yuqiang did not use national justice to pressure me, the more he did so, the more difficult it would be. Fang Ping's head hurt. If Zhang Yuqiang really used national justice and Nanjiang's survival to pressure him, Fang Ping might really ignore him. It was not Fang Ping's responsibility if something happened to them, letting the evil sect people sneak in and even reach a high position. If something happened, it would be their own fault. But now, Zhang Yuqiang kept his mouth shut and did not mention these things. What he talked about with him was his hometown and interests. His attitude was that it did not matter if Fang Ping agreed or not. If that was the case, it would be hard for him to refuse. Nanjiang, Fang Ping murmured. Nanjiang's main force against the catacombs was actually Nanjiang's own people. If something really happened to the catacombs, he was afraid that Nanjiang's family would cry. I'm also afraid of death, Fang Ping murmured softly, and then said to himself, I dare to raid the catacombs' powerhouse's lair. I can even provoke a rank 8 Beast King. I really haven't met a high rank from the evil sect. Should I try it on Qin Fengqing? Fang Ping sighed, shaking his head without saying a word. Qin Fengqing was useless. If he really wanted to find someone else, Wang Jinyang would do it himself. When Zhang Yuqiang said that Wang Jinyang wanted to take this mission, Fang Ping still believed him. That fellow was clear about both public and private motives. He would still not pass on this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Fang Ping shook his head again. Chapter 314. Villa number 8. Lu Fengru leaned lazily on the sofa. Fang Ping followed suit and leaned lazily on the other sectional sofa. Lu Fengru stared at him for a while before saying, Get someone to send me a new set of sofas later. Fang Ping was stunned. He was talking business. Why did the topic change to the sofa? How many days have you not showered? Lu Fengru asked with some disdain. Needless to say, at least 6 or 7 days. Instructor, it's not about showering now. Fang Ping was a little resentful. What was she talking about? Lu Fengru sneered and said lightly, 2 choices. First, reject. Second, accept. It's just a choice between the two. What's so hard about it? If you reject, then forget about it. You're the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, not the president of NMAU Martial Arts Society. Nanjiang has no right to make you do anything. Do you think Zhang Dingnan is so easy to talk to? Why didn't he force you to fight? Because he doesn't have the right. So, if you reject, don't worry about it. If you're worried about your family, then bring them to Magic City. The evil sect martial artists aren't idiots. If you act like this has nothing to do with you, would they dare to provoke you? Do they really think they have nothing better to do and want to kill individual geniuses? Second, if you accept the mission, there will definitely be a high-rank ambush. Fang Ping was stunned. There will definitely be a high rank. Nonsense. When you were at rank 3, your battle record was escaping from a rank 6. Are the evil sect martial artists idiots? Now that you've entered rank 4, will they take the risk of letting you escape for revenge and attack you? So, if you do, there will definitely be a high rank. Lu Fengru said indifferently. Zhang Dingnan not only wants to find the traitor, but he also wants to take the opportunity to lure out the evil sect's high rank. A high rank's destructive power is actually more terrifying than a traitor. If the evil sect wants to attack you, there will definitely be a high rank. Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Before this, he thought that the evil sect might not necessarily send out a high-rank combat strength. After all, for evil sects that were hiding, high-rank combat strength was very precious. Now that Lu Fengru said this, Fang Ping understood that it was not necessarily. There would definitely be a high rank. Noticing Fang Ping's silence, Lu Fengru continued, "If you encounter a high rank from a distance, with the strength of your mentality, you might not die. However, if the opponent got within 30 meters of you, you would definitely die within 2 seconds. I'm talking about rank 7 martial artists. Of course, the probability of the other party dispatching a rank 8 golden body powerhouse is extremely low. If you accept this mission, rank 7 martial artists won't be able to protect you. If you're too far away, you'll die before they can save you. Therefore, we must have a rank 8 or even a rank 9 lurking in the dark to protect your life at the critical moment." After saying that, Lu Fengru added, "Also, to ensure a certain level of safety, at least 2 rank 8s. You too." Fang Ping was stunned once again. As if he had thought of something, he said with rapt attention, "You're saying that if there's only one person, maybe he'll watch me die?" "I'm just saying it's possible. No one knows what these Grandmaster Rankers are thinking. If they let 2 of them restrain each other, no matter if they have other plans or not, they will save you in time. But if there's only one of them, it might not be the case. 2 rank 8 golden body powerhouses." Fang Ping said bitterly, "Nanjiang doesn't have rank 8s. There were Grandmasters in Nanjiang. Zhang Dingnan was not the only one. However, Nanjiang's Grandmasters were all rank 7. Isn't Zhang Dingnan sending me to my death?" Fang Ping complained. Lu Fengru sneered. "That might not be the case. Maybe Zhang Dingnan wants you to understand that it's very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. He wants to see if you, Fang Ping, can get a rank 8 golden body powerhouse to help you like Wu Quishan. Once Wu Quishan makes a move this time, he will make a move the moment the Nanjiang Catacombs opens for whatever purpose." After hearing this, Fang Ping was suddenly not in a hurry to talk about this. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Instructor, do the Vice-Chancellor and Governor-General Zhang know each other?" "Yes, I think they've known each other for quite a few years. More than 30 years. We've known each other for so many years. Governor-General Zhang actually asked for MCMEU's help, but not the Vice-Chancellor, but me. TK, his K, what a? Before he could finish his sentence, the sofa exploded with a bang. Fang Ping himself was also lying on the ground. He was almost out of breath from the pressure of Lu Fengru's mentality and force. Lu Fengru's mentality might not be too strong, at least relatively speaking. Fang Ping could still withstand it. However, the crucial point was that both of them were too close. Fang Ping did not have the slightest bit of defense either. In an instant, he was pressed to the ground. Trouble comes from the mouth. Have you ever learned this saying? Lu Fengru's expression was indifferent, as if she did not see Fang Ping's predicament. She continued, "This has nothing to do with personal friendship. Wu Quishan is thinking about MCMAU. Zhang Ding Nan is thinking about Nanjiang. I've said it before. Don't treat MCMAU as a school. You can treat it as a force." Wu Quishan and Zhang Dingnan are the leaders of two forces, respectively. Although everyone has a common enemy, the problem of Magic City's catacombs has not been solved. If there are too many losses in Nanjiang, what will MCMAU do next? MCMAU's current status is also the result of countless people fighting, using fresh blood and lives. Zhang Dingnan and Wu Quishan's personal friendship is only average. Even if they were blood brothers at this moment, Wu Quishan would not rashly agree to help Nanjiang. Fang Ping quietly crawled up from the ground. He looked at the sofa that had been blown into pieces and sighed helplessly. He simply sat on the ground and said, "Then why is Governor General Zhang still looking for me?" The Vice-Chancellor will not agree to help Nanjiang. That's not necessarily true. Lu Fengru smiled faintly. You still don't understand. Martial arts universities claim to be governed by the Martial Arts Society and the school leaders. The president of the Martial Arts Society can also be seen as one of MCMAU's leaders. This has nothing to do with strength. It's the meaning of the Martial Arts Society and the student body. Once you agree to help Nanjiang, then the school's warmongers will choose to support you. When that time comes, MCMAU will be propped on a bonfire. As one of the famous schools, there are many people in the school who want to fight. If we don't fight now, it will not be in line with the spirit of martial arts universities. If we dare to fight, we will fight, and we will never avoid fighting. If no one brings it up, none of this will be a problem. We have Magic City's catacombs to guard. But if someone does bring it up, and it's not just anyone who brings it up, at this time, we have to fight even if we don't want to. Fang Ping had not reacted to it before. Now that he heard it, he immediately frowned. Is Zhang Dingnan scheming against me? Once he brought up the matter of helping, MCMAU would be pushed to the teeth of the storm. It might lead to a lot of trouble. It's not really scheming. Lu Fengru smiled faintly. Zhang Dingnan has already reached the point where he wants to try even if there's a glimmer of hope. He's a Nanjiang citizen, born and raised in Nanjiang. Moreover, he's rooted in Nanjiang all his life. Ever since he took up the position of Nanjiang's Governor General, his philosophy has been to live for Nanjiang in this lifetime. And you are also a Nanjiang citizen. Perhaps in his eyes, it's only right for Nanjiang citizens to lay down their lives and shed their blood for Nanjiang. Do you understand? Of course, he hasn't reached such an extreme point yet. But taking some risks and contributing to Nanjiang is still something he should do. Actually, Zhang Dingnan thinks too highly of Nanjiang. Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. Nanjiang's current preparations are actually extremely sufficient. The central government and the military department have all done their preparations. Other places have done the same. For Nanjiang, there's no difference at all. However, Zhang Dingnan is still widely inviting martial artists from all over to participate in the Battle of Defense. This is because he thinks too highly of Nanjiang and doesn't want any slip-ups. Zhang Dingnan is a good governor general. This is undeniable, but if we add a prefix, he's just a good Governor General of Nanjiang. All right, the topic is a little off topic. Lu Fengru did not continue on this topic. However, after some thought, she added, the older generation of martial artists all have their limitations. They're very territorial. On the contrary, the younger generation of martial artists don't think so highly of it. People of Zhang Dingnan's generation valued their hometown more than the people of today. Not only Zhang Dingnan, but many of the older generation of martial artists were the same. In the catacombs of their hometown, they could lay down their lives and shed their blood. They could die with no regrets and never cherish their lives. However, once external help was needed, these people would shirk it or simply not contribute. It was impossible to say that they were bad people. They fought bloody battles in the catacombs of their hometown. Father and son were soldiers. Grandfather and grandson were soldiers for 3 generations. It was not uncommon for the whole family to enter the catacombs. Dying in the catacombs was common. Could such people be said to be bad people? This included Donglin Martial Arts University's Chen Jiaxing's grandfather and the Chen family. They fought to the death for Donglin and died without regrets. If it were any other place, the old grandmaster of the Qin family might not fight to the death. If you thought that he had limitations, that he was stubborn, that was only your personal opinion. They were still heroes. Fong Ping exhaled and said, "Then what should I do?" "I don't know. It's your choice. I'm only your martial arts instructor. I have no right to decide whether you live or die. Martial artists work for the public and also for their own interests. Martial artists have the greatest public and the greatest selfishness. From a moral point of view, I hope that you go, but from a selfish point of view, I hope that you don't accept it. When a high-ranked powerhouse makes a move, you can only bet on luck. If there are 2 rank 8s protecting me, will my safety be guaranteed? There will be. Of course, sometimes luck is bad. That can't be helped." Lu Fengru shook her head. If luck was bad, even with a rank 9 protecting him, he would still die. This was hard to say. Will the vice-chancellor agree to protect me? Not necessarily. Lu Fengru then said, MCMAU's grandmasters might not agree because this will sink MCMAU into a quagmire. Of course, if you really bring it up, even if they are unwilling, they might not reject it. But think about it. If you die, MCMAU won't have to be involved in Nanjiang's quagmire. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. Fine. Even if she asked him to do it now, he would not dare to do it. Then a rank 8 golden body and a rank 7, will that work? It's also possible. The 2's existence is mainly a restraint, giving the greatest guarantee of safety. At the crucial moment, if the rank 8 is willing to help, the situation can be controlled. As she said that, Lu Fengru said, Zhang Dingnan might be able to get a rank 8 to help. You didn't ask about this? Fong Ping smiled bitterly. I don't dare to believe what politicians say. If I really accept the mission, then I will definitely look for people myself. I'm afraid that when the time comes, Governor General Zhang will say, one person's life is a small matter, but Nanjiang's is a big matter. If that happens, I won't be able to find my head to cry even if I cry. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. At least you're not completely stupid. Although Zhang Dingnan might not do that. If he really encounters a situation where he has to choose between 2, it's hard to say whether he will kill the evil sect's high rank or save you. I can think of that. Fong Ping shook his head lightly. He did not have any complaints. It was still the same sentence. Everyone's perspective was different. In other words, if 2 people were in trouble, Fong Ping naturally had his own choice whether to save his sister or a genius martial artist. Instructor, I'll leave first. Fong Ping did not say anything else. He stood up and walked out. After a few steps, Lu Fengru said, Remember to get someone to send me a sofa. Got it. Fong Ping did not mind. A sofa was only worth a little. If he stepped on a piece of floorboard outside, he would be fined hundreds of thousands. Only after Fong Ping left did Lu Fengru murmur, This kid, what will he choose? It was the 8th when he came out of the energy room. The people from the Martial Arts Society had received the news that Fong Ping had come out of closed-door cultivation, but they still could not find him. Not only the 8th, but the 9th also did not see Fong Ping. Until late at night on the 9th, the people from the Martial Arts Society were anxious. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the martial arts grand competition. If Fong Ping did not show up, this matter would be difficult to handle. Fortunately, Fong Ping appeared late at night, inside the Martial Arts Society. Seeing Fong Ping, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Fenghua also breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally here. If you didn't come, these guys would have forced me to attend the opening ceremony. I don't know what to say. What about Xia Lei and Qin Fengqing? I can't find them. Fong Ping snorted. They have the position of vice president. Do they only receive benefits and not work? Chen Wenlong is in the military department. Some of our students will enter the military department to train. These two guys are just idlers. In the crowd, Zhang Ziwei bit her lip and said, Xia Lei went to the catacombs. Magic City Catacombs. No, East Woodland Catacombs. Fong Ping frowned again. Why didn't they report to the Martial Arts Society when they went to the catacombs? Forget it. Let's not care about these two guys. After the opening ceremony tomorrow, distribute next year's benefits. Withhold these guys' benefits first. Without my permission, don't distribute them. As he said that, Fong Ping did not care about what the others thought. He continued, For tomorrow's opening ceremony, let all the current Martial Arts Society members go out. Wear the same uniform and carry weapons. Don't let MCMAU and the Martial Arts Society's reputation be tarnished. Oh, and those who are not members of the Martial Arts Society, those who are in the ranks, go to the logistics department tomorrow to get your standard weapons and uniforms. Gather at the city stadium. Make a show of strength and let the outside world know that MCMAU has countless strong soldiers, and that one school is comparable to a province. The crowd did not mind. Fong Ping wanted to save face and make a show of strength, so they would give him face. It was a small matter. Fu Changding asked, What about the weapons of the non-members? The Martial Arts Society bought them with money. Give them to them for free. Tell them to work hard and don't waste my efforts. Everyone gave him a sidelong glance. So generous? Fong Ping said nonchalantly, These few days I've spent all the Martial Arts Society's money so that the school leaders won't keep thinking about it. I've only saved about 5 billion. What's there to be jealous about? I asked the school to organize a donation for the school anniversary, but the school didn't agree. Now that we've collected enough, the school wants it. If they don't give it to the school, we'll split it 50-50. The crowd did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they were overjoyed. If they really distributed a year's worth of benefits, it would be a lot of money. All right, leave some cash later. I still have a batch of credits here. Use them to pay the bills at the school. The crowd did not mind. This was a small matter. Credits and money had similar uses in school. There was no difference.